believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. We are up and running. Today is Technology Thursday. Welcome. We've got a lot of discussions going on in our pre-show that we managed to deal with. Every day we do an hour unrecorded so that people can air their views about copyright law and about how we can and can't play certain things. And as long as we're not recording those broadcasts for resale, those things I play are perfectly fair game. In fact, Donald Trump recently was forced to take off a really good 20-second ad talking about Joe Biden hanging out with Ukrainian gas moguls, where Joe denies ever doing that, and they show pictures of him standing with a few investors, and then they play a song by Nickelback. Well, that's been completely kicked off Twitter, and the reason is they claim that you can't play any copyrighted music. Well, that's not true. The Imagine lawsuit that Yoko Ono experienced, she found out the hard way that you definitely don't have control over 15 seconds of your material. Imagine was used by some other group and they got away with it. So you can use up to 15 seconds, and that Nickelback video is only 12 seconds. So Donald Trump has every reason to sue Twitch and anyone else, or Twitter rather, kept it from actually playing. Anyone who uses the word password as a password is not worthy of coming into the show, unfortunately. Yeah, so if your account has been hacked because you use the word password as your password, I'm afraid you've got a problem. Hey, you got a job at a hemp farm? Excellent, Barton. Good to know. Welcome, everybody, at iVlog, Prince Andrew's Epstein PR strategy, and Carl Beach. Believe me, I heard part of the Epstein strategy last night. They're claiming that Prince Andrew was, this man is speaking all over the place and claiming that Prince Andrew has been lured into some sort of an act that he wasn't proud of and drugged. And he's pitching this story. I almost think that the Queen has ordained this guy to do this. Interesting. Let me unmute it.
Profile people, and now he has just been sentenced to prison for. So the huge headline in the UK has been this news about Carl Beech. He had alleged certain acts had been committed against him by high profile people, and now he has just been sentenced to prison for fabrication, and the news headlines are calling him a fantasist.
Well, we'll listen to him later tonight. Thanks for that link. I still believe that Epstein is alive and well because of the obvious fakery that went down. I'll add that to Pedogate and to our current roll of shows tonight. Thank you. He isn't for Prince Andrew at all? Okay, then he's obviously not for Prince Andrew. I heard him speak out in favor of Prince Andrew last night, so I'm a little confused. Yeah, he was claiming that Prince Andrew was drugged. Yeah. So I'm wondering what kind of a story that is. We'll look at it later tonight. Yeah. Can't really sort that information out. Since the government won't even research the fact that Epstein didn't die, they're covering that up. And you QAnoners, you got to realize Donald Trump is not in any way going to stop the deep state. He's close friends with Jeffrey Epstein. That's why Jeffrey Epstein got a guy to take him out of jail and send him back to his island. Scientists say they can recreate living dinosaurs within the next 5 years. Oh, good. Who doesn't want dinosaur meat? Well, so apparently Jurassic Park is a very viable possibility. Not only can they clone these things from DNA taken from fossils, but they're able to clone human beings too. Some people think that Hillary Clinton has been cloned, and that she obviously has the potential, the clone has the potential of going all the way without burping up green phlegm. And that's scaring people like in the Donald Trump campaign. We all know that right after Hillary collapsed from Parkinson's or something that she had, allegedly, this woman popped up right out of Chelsea's apartment. Within a 2-hour period of Hillary Clinton collapsing at the 9/11 event in 2016, this woman pops up looking thin, ready to go, and sounding just like her. So you have to believe that Hillary's clone is going to be in the race. It's coming. I can't wait to see her make her big appearance. We don't take a lot of the tours. Don't post UK sports stuff. It's bad enough you post UK stuff on Brexit. Feel free to do that, but nothing related to sports, okay? Anything related to Nigel Farage is okay. Boris Johnson, Boris Yeltsin, Boris Karloff, anything Boris is good. Yes, you really care about Africa, Q17. I can see that. Cloning 2 mammoths, you said that you can feed half of Africa if they can breed. You're onto something there. I think that's good. Or you're maybe on something, one or the other. You're either onto something or on something. But yeah, why not? Cloning a couple mammoths, that would be easier. Oh, you are from Africa. Wow, well, so am I. What a coincidence. All of us are from Africa. White people, Hispanic people, Asian people, Africans are from Africa. We're all from Africa. It turns out the entire human race genome has been calculated to a small remote village in Madagascar, in which a couple named Adam and Eve were hanging out, getting it on a long time ago. Yes, Adam and Eve were black and white and red and yellow. I don't ban you tonight. You seem to be fully functional and not trolling. Wow. Wow. Trump versus Hillary again. I know, it's like Godzilla versus Mothra or Godzilla versus moron. How about that? No. Yes, well, let's get back to the important issues in the show, because obviously I represent what's happening in the world, and from an American standpoint, I want to be at least clear on the fact that we've all been profoundly affected by Greta Thunberg. She has affected all of us to the point where we're angry, We're pissed off, and we agree. Yes. So Greta, you have woken up the world to the fact that you're a George Soros puppet. And I'll thank you for your effort to explain that we should all be fearful of the world around us caving in on us and the sky is falling, because George Soros is probably the one causing it. I know, a lot of people are just generally angry and upset. I am just as angry and upset as you are, Greta. So I'm going to be more like you in every way. How dare you take my identity and pretend to be me? How dare you? I traveled across the ocean in my yacht, my $3 million yacht made of fiberglass, and encountered wild animals, and people came with me on planes, and oh, sorry. I was just getting into her mindset. I mean, she's got a handler that George Soros picked out who looks like a bombshell beauty, a brunette, 22, hangs out with her and pretends to be her friend. It's not old news. I still bring it up because it's important that people understand Greta's position, okay?
We're collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction.
I like to hear that. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction. Let's deal with that. Let's start working that out, because I've got solutions. She doesn't. I want to filter the air and the water. And I want to actually stop chemicals from being dumped on our heads. Everywhere we look, we see chemtrails be dropped on our heads, and the American people can't even get a word in edgewise to talk about it. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're weird. Anytime somebody talks about chemtrails, you're immediately labeled a conspiracy theorist. You're not allowed to be so prejudicial here. You got banned on that one, man. This is a fair and open room. We're not here to hate on people of different colors. It's bad enough I'm white. You know how many white people say that? There's so many people now with white guilt. It's like, oh, I'm so sad that I'm white. I obviously look privileged. Oh, I'm not privileged. I actually suffered from the reverse discrimination of affirmative action. And I'm not blaming black people for that. So don't go on that thing. I'm blaming white guilt people for affirmative action. They're the ones that put that together. It wasn't black people that put affirmative action together. It was a bunch of white guilt people in Congress that just, oh, we better help people. Oh, golly, let's just keep all these white guys out of college, and then all kinds of C students will be born into our government. Well, let's be clear. I did get C's at Occidental, but I can't explain why. My transgender lover, Michael, was there performing oral sex with me. David, I did know that, yes. The more you breathe the air, the more you're going to be gay. I know there's got to be something in there. But I'm glad that a black person became president, but I'd rather see an inner city black person become president, frankly. I really would. And I'm not kidding. Because that guy, that white bread, honky black guy named Barack Obama did not help black people. He did not. He was just an okey doke kind of guy. Yeah, well, some black people are actually putting white people into a slavery of the mind. I know, and that's part of the problem. A lot of black people are prejudiced against white people. I feel it and I sense it whenever I go out. I feel like black people look at me as like, y'all, white privilege, I can see that. Just because I drive a nice car, you know. I heard that Trump is yelling profanities at the Minneapolis rally. Do you want to get a clip of that and send it in here? Yeah, he's pissed. He doesn't know why they've been trying to impeach him, even though he has personal private calls with Vladimir Putin on his cell phone, and they put a CIA guy there to sit next to his Ukrainian conversation. He's pissed. Yeah, you can call people names if you want. I'm open to free speech. You went to a predominantly black high school? I believe you, man. It's not made up. No, it's real. There's a lot of reverse prejudice going on. I'm not blaming and blaming because I know that people have a reason to be angry, but we got to get this out. We're never going to get better unless we communicate. Political correctness is shutting people down from communicating. Brain tissue alive, functioning a month. I heard that they're planning on doing some brain transplants, and they're going to start working with brain tissue and keeping it alive in a laboratory. They've kept it alive for at least a month. You can imagine how this is going to play out for some poor guy who has his head removed. It'll come down to a nightmare situation. Bioengineers clear a major hurdle towards 3D printing of organs. Check this out. They've entangled a vascular network similar to the body's natural passageways for blood and air. They've actually got genetic material, human genetic material, replicating in a lab environment. Isn't that amazing? Isn't it amazing? It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. The Fish-O-Matic, the Bass-O-Matic. All right, thank you for that clip. We'll look at it later. Dave, I would never. No. Hey, what are you doing? Sending more pictures of sports? Remember we talked about that? Only politics from the UK. Okay? Okay, UK? Final Dream has something from Live Leak. Let's go there. More documents implicate Joe Biden in the Ukraine scandal. It's about to get a whole lot worse for Jolton Joe. Okay, let's flip this around. Are you ready?
How dare you?
Okay.
A statement and new documents
30-minute video coming up.
Released by a Ukrainian politician directly implicate Joe Biden in the Burisma Holdings scandal. The story from Interfax reads, Burisma paid Joe Biden $900,000 for lobbying. For those that haven't been following the story, when it comes to impeachment, the Democrats want Trump impeached mostly because of a conversation where he talked with the president of Ukraine and mentioned Joe Biden getting a prosecutor fired. Now, the right will say that
bottom line is Joe Biden got a prosecutor fired. He didn't do his job. If you can prove that Joe Biden fired that guy because he was going to prosecute Joe Biden's son, then we can talk about it. I'll watch that with you later tonight. 30-minute video coming up in our evening show. Long time away, but yeah. We do put all our evening shows in our playlist, so if you want to get them, it's playlist new 1910. If you want to look at it right now. Yeah, Tim Pool is the founder of Vice News. I'm more than willing to listen to him. You know, if he's got something hot on the edge, I'm more than willing to listen. Reveals Burisma Holdings paid Joe Biden $900,000 for lobbying activities. You know, that's completely legal. Yeah. As long as they funded it through a super PAC. You know, Mitch McConnell got $800,000, and so did Lindsey Graham $800,000 from a Russian oligarch, the same way that Burisma sent money to Joe Biden. So unless you Republicans are willing to look and scrutinize the money that Lindsey Graham got and the money that Mitch McConnell got from Russian oligarchs, we're kind of wasting time here. It turns out Brett Kavanaugh passed a law in 2011 that allows any foreign government to fund, any entity to fund anyone wants to fund, they can. And this is, I don't want that. I don't agree with it, but this is the law as it is. Any foreign government can fund a super PAC and help support a candidate. Fox News terminates Trey Gowdy as he joins Trump's legal team. Trey Gowdy might be very advantageous to Trump's legal team. Giuliani's a hard sell. He's basically a guy who comes out strong. He's got running a strong offense, and so is Trey Gowdy. He'll be a good addition, I think. I want Donald Trump to have the best possible defense to explain why he's been cavorting and colluding with Russian oligarchs and trying to obstruct justice since he became president. I really want him to get the best defense he can get because he'll need it.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes. I know he was pissed off with the Fox News poll, and people didn't want to hear that stuff, that 50% of the country want him impeached. Donald Trump has every reason to be angry and every reason to defend himself. This article about two Giuliani associates who helped him on Ukraine charged with campaign finance violations. So Giuliani's never had a clean record. That's never been his forte. And he's got two people now with really good hair plugs. Yeah, charges of campaign finance. Yeah, this is serious. This gets closer to Giuliani, no question about it, but they haven't arrested Giuliani. Well, let's be clear.
Today, we unseal an indictment charging Lev Parnas, Igor Fruman, and two co-defendants for their alleged participation in schemes to violate the federal campaign finance laws by repeatedly using straw donors and foreign money. Parnas and Fruman were arrested around 6 p.m. last night at Dulles Airport as they were about to board an international flight with one-way tickets. As alleged in the indictment, the defendants broke the law to gain political influence while avoiding disclosure of who was actually making the donations and where the money was coming from. They sought political influence not only to advance their own financial interests.
Good to know.
This is the world's largest oil processing.
Okay, thank you. They're not going to get Giuliani. He's too slick, right? Giuliani's running a very strong offense for Donald Trump. So good job. And I want to congratulate him. And I tweeted him a little story about the Chinese connection to Hunter Biden and the nephew of Whitey Bulger, the mobster, working together to get Chinese influence and Ukrainian influence. I sent that to Giuliani, and he got it. And right away, Trump took it up and started making his announcements about China. If you're listening, I want you to get all the dirt you can. Technically, so far, Donald Trump doing that is not illegal. He can certainly go out as a president too and say to everybody he wants dirt on his opponent. He just can't tie it to a quid pro quo. You've got high winds in California. Yeah, we just showed you the terrible situation in California. It's out of control. Yeah, here's just a glimpse of the high winds. Let me repeat this for you. I don't have any audio here, so. But you can see it's pretty bad. It's very good that they did shut the electricity off. It was a good precautionary move. In the after effect of such terrible winds, and we don't know if this was weather modification that caused this or not. Santa winds are picking up, causing problems during this time period. Fire in the mountains of San Bernardino, California with the high winds.
Down in California, we've got a fire going on in the mountains. It is west towards hold the phone, so windy out here. This is east, and looking up its leads towards the Redlands and Longwood area. Very high winds here. I hope you guys can see it okay. It's going to get a little bit bigger. This is the mountains. I hope everybody's safe. Not even hold the phone. It's just windy.
Okay, so it got really windy in Orange County today as well. So you guys are still battling the potential of a fire breaking out. I just think that PG&E is just covering their legal ass, claiming that fires were started in Paradise and Woolsey because of electric shortages. I don't believe these short outs that occurred caused the fires. I believe that 47 fires in the Woolsey area at that year, 2 years ago, were caused by directed energy weapons. I'm pretty convinced that the government's purposely not looking into this. Yeah. These directed energy weapons have been known to be used for a variety of reasons. Any number of reasons. Maybe to clear the land so they don't have to buy it from people. Maybe just to, make sure that they can access that territory for later reference, making it completely toxic. But these are the type of weapons we're talking about. These are actual photos of directed energy weapons that were conducted in Paradise and Woolsey fires. They were taken from one from one and one from the other. So obviously we need some way to figure this out. And getting intelligent thought to the forefront of American politics is the key. And I know all of you are very much in favor of a third party, so it's just a matter of making all of that come together. Come together right now over me. Hey, it's not a wig. This is real hair. Yeah, I definitely have a head of hair. You gave your soul to Amazon? That's so funny. Eric, what do you have?
So no, I don't look at it that way. Now the Kurds are fighting for the land, just so you understand. They're fighting for the land. Somebody wrote it in a very, very powerful article today. They didn't help us in the Second World War. They didn't help us with Normandy, as an example. They mentioned names of different battles. They were there, but they're there to help us with their land. And that's a different thing. In addition to that, we have spent tremendous amounts of money on helping the Kurds in terms of ammunition, in terms of weapons, in terms of money, in terms of pay. With all of that being said, we like the Kurds. Now you have different factions in there. Again, you have PKK, that's a different faction. And they worked with us. It's a rough group, but they worked with us. But we've spent a tremendous, and they're fighting for their land. So when you say they're fighting with us, yes, but they're fighting for the land. Now, if we go on the theory that some of the folks in Washington go by, who all do very well with the military-industrial complex. I mean, you know, the military-industrial complex, take a look at Dwight Eisenhower. He had it figured right many years ago. It's got tremendous power. They like fighting. They make a lot of money when they fight. But it was time to bring our soldiers back home. So I see, and I will tell you, the hardest thing I have to do, by far, much harder than the witch hunt, is signing letters to parents of soldiers that have been killed.
Yeah, I can imagine. As you know, I completely back this decision that Trump has made to pull us out of Syria because it's my idea. And he's used my idea for some time, pulling money from the rebel troop support. That was a good first move. And now Trump is using this again. And he's right. I've been using that same argument that the military-industrial complex and Eisenhower warned us about, the size of it's time to start downsizing our activity overseas. It's actually pretty edgy what he's doing, and I'm glad he's following me on this because I think we need to start disengaging from that region. Now, you heard about one civilian casualty yesterday in the region that was bombed by the Turkish forces. One casualty. No, I don't need to copyright my ideas because they're trademarked automatically when I do the show. I can legally go back and say, I made this show in 2015 and I beat you to this idea, and I could sue based on that simple posting of the video. That's how trademark law can be defended. Believe it or not, when you post something, it's poor man's trademark. But the reality is, I'm not going to bother suing anybody for my ideas. I'm flattered that Donald Trump likes my ideas. I am. I used to be upset because he stole so many of them, and then I realized he's borrowing them. And they really are for the betterment of the country. So I have to look at this in a big way. Not in some greedy way that I want to make something from this. This is about getting America on track with foreign policy that really makes sense. And we've been rudderless for so long, and now that Trump is using this concept of pulling out of Syria and out of Afghanistan as part of his, I'm all for it. It's a win-win for me. I don't have a problem with it. I'm seeing so many people in the Democratic Party saying we should stay there. Well, wait a second. So the Democratic Party is now the party that wants war? Really? They want us to be engaged in long, protracted quagmires? I'm sorry, but I'm of the old school when the Democrats wanted to get us out of Vietnam. When McGovern fought to get us out of McGovern. I don't even understand why the Democrats are doing this, and they don't either. Bottom line is, we're here to share this concept of non-intervention. And if Donald Trump wants to carry that banner, great. We win, and our country will save our American lives in the process. We can't fight a sectarian battle for decades, especially when the Kurds couldn't even build up their forces to deal with this after 5 years of our process of working with them. I mean, it's ridiculous. There's no worry about pot addiction. People don't have any physical addiction to pot, but tech addiction? We ran a story a couple days ago that said most people right now can't make friends. 5 years they can't make a new friend. And they didn't name technology as one of the causes. It was always because they're moving to a new area, they didn't feel comfortable with themselves, they were shy. But legalizing pot makes total sense. But panicking over tech addiction? I am kind of concerned. People aren't making friends, they're completely isolated in public places. I went to a Wendy's the other night to get a little $4 for 4 items lunch, and it was everyone was on their iPhone. You know, you just walk in there and they're all like doing this. You've seen it everywhere you go. Fast food restaurants, people just sit there and they're mesmerized by what's on that iPhone. What do you have? You got a tiny URL. Add the one. Okay. Trump's former Russian aide set to give revealing testimony on Giuliani and Sondland. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, we'll see if the impeachment can rustle up some real solid charges against Trump.
Turning now to NBC News national political reporter Josh Lederman, who worked on this other major story breaking tonight, the exclusive report about what a former national security official intends to tell Congress next week. Josh, what did you learn?
Well, earlier today, Chris, we learned that Fiona Hill, who until recently was the top Russia and Europe official at the White House, planned to testify before Congress next week. Now we're learning about what she plans to say. According to a source that's familiar with her testimony, Fiona Hill plans to testify that Ambassador Gordon Sondland and Rudy Giuliani essentially pulled an end run around the normal White House policymaking process on Ukraine and were running a shadow foreign policy that circumvented officials like Fiona Hill, like former National Security Advisor John Bolton, and that basically they had a direct line into Trump to do Ukraine policy that differed from the normal process that's used across the government to come up with policy on foreign relations.
Hill had been there, I think, from the very beginning, right? She's a Russia expert. When did she left in the summer? Is that right?
She started winding down her role there over this summer. She was no longer in the top Russia job on the day that Trump had that now infamous call with President Zelensky, but she was up right until those final days. So she would have had full knowledge of all of the events that would have led up to this phone call.
Okay, well, that'll be great. We'll find out more about it tonight, yeah. If any real dirt pops up about Trump, you Trump supporters are going to be very, very interesting to see a reaction. Right, that's incorrect. I own a copyright on all my activities here. Okay, thank you. Because I broadcast on 4 or 5 different venues and record on YouTube, YouTube doesn't own my copyright control over anything I do. And since I duplicate what I do on various networks, I own copyright. First strike. Okay.
All right.
American Cake, we don't want you in the show. You have to talk about politics here. We have a high standard of excellence. Sarah's here to give me a break. We've got terrifying high winds in California. Showed a few pictures there. So it's good the power was out. And overall, everything is going well. I'll put the news over there for Sarah. She can hang out with you guys and chat. I'm pretty much done with the news roundup, and I'll get back to the meat and potatoes of the news in a little while. Thank you.
Naughty, naughty. I didn't know they had that one, New York EMT. That's pretty funny. Another audio tours. You have a link for me, YouTube link. Hello, Vinny's back. I feel like it's been okay, I don't know why I have that open, but whatever. This is so true. Oh, so funny. Is it time to fall asleep while I'm here? You can always fall asleep while I'm here. That's fine. I was thinking of either talking with you about what you want to talk about, or we can do trivia during this time. And then at 8 o'clock, I plan to come back. And at 8 o'clock, I plan to do a little of that coding. Hopefully, I could pull it up from yesterday. Yes, do a little Python, learning Python coding. That's what I will be doing then. I did have a pretty good day at the One Thinks. I start in the garden. Kind of forgot this one lid, but that will hold till tomorrow. Oh, David's not looking for a job, 860. Yeah, he probably could find a job if he actually wanted to find a job. Well, except for president, which is the one job that he wants. Chicken Soup, you want to talk about the homework. And you're proud of me. Thank you. This patrols California. Police robot told woman, go away, tried to report crime, sang a song. Boy missing 80% of brain beats the odds. Interesting, Soul Child.
Brandon and Brittany Buell were told...
God, you guys keep giving me links. Is that maybe that's how David feels. Sarah, did I eat the wraps David made? Not yet. He put an egg in them. Probably won't. Hey, Sarah, hope you are having a nice day. Yes, I am having a nice day. Dave's educated by Sarah. Sarah just blued away Teacher's Day. Blued away? I don't know what you mean by that. What is this BT thing? I don't even know what that is.
Visually, I think a treat.
Click that Mark Zuckerberg link. I want to show it to people later.
I don't know what Mark's... Okay, oh, David's posting links. I'm just getting inundated by links. That's why I'm like...
Oh, you can ignore the ones from the Safeway guy. He's an English guy that keeps posting sports.
Okay.
I've muted him a few times, but...
Oh, it's World Mental Health Day. Okay, good. I'm sorry, I'm not going to click that. Misanthropy, I always got too many links. Composting's going pretty well. I've got a good system down, but the only hitch today was I forgot to get a lid from they put a lid in. Anyway, I've got 2 compost bins, and when they pulled the compost out of the cafeteria, they didn't put the lid on it. And I usually store the compost overnight, so I have to put a lid on it before I dump it in the big compost bin. I did play the piano at one moment. Or at one point in time, I played keyboard and taught myself to play, and I was getting pretty good. But then I moved in with David, and he didn't have a keyboard. He had just sold his keyboard. He didn't know I was playing or moving in. Anyway, there we go. Sarah, do you think organic? No. Dave, the problem is with feces can create basically pathogens that is not good for gardening. If you just, I mean, the thing is with Yes, feces can lead to illness. So no, do not, that should not be encouraged. No, I didn't really struggle with that. Why not, Dave? Sane Dave. So that's why Sarah knows how to play the piano on Cool Rock? Kind of. Can I play more piano on Cool Rock? It's been a while. Let's scroll down and see what I can do. Ugh. Man, I feel like it's just... Audio tours, I'm not clicking any more of your links. Oh, 298 says they used to put their feces on the garden back in the dark ages, and that's why they had to boil everything, because so that they wouldn't get sick. A piano that responds to you, AI duet. I don't know if I like this AI duet thing. I was playing that. That's me. Did I learn to play? Did I want to learn to piano because music is math? I actually wanted to learn piano. My mom can play by ear. Well, she did piano classes when she was younger, and she claims she can play by ear. And so, anyway, I wanted to, and I met this. I went to school with a guy who like made his own music. Like, went to the college, even though he was in middle school, and would actually write compositions. And so that's why I wanted to kind of learn to play piano. The average male waist in America is a little over 39 inches. That sounds about right. Yeah, I'm not John Lennon. Especially that thing with the, AI thing David has. You would like to find an online keyboard that plays chords. Have you checked out coolrock.com? Here, I'll show you what I was playing on just 2 seconds ago. Correct, I am not a male. Well, why don't I just unmute one of these? Not that one. That one, Sarah. Yeah. So like on Cool Rock, and then you scroll down the side, and right here, there's a little thing with the piano. Yeah, I just did the piano. Somebody was talking about that.
Yeah, it's a cool little tool.
Okay, you have a question about mummification? I don't really know because I wasn't alive during the mummification time. Oh, wait. I don't want to take my video off. I want to take that off. No, it's not single notes only. I tried playing double notes. I don't feel like I'm good at piano. Sarah, why does David have such a hard time? Maybe David's saying, I don't really know. I think it's about being questioned. Some people don't like being questioned. They don't like they're not skeptical. They're convinced of their own understanding. I like to be skeptical and keep an open mind. Some people are not that way. Oh, you have a Flash piano? Is it playing Flash? Because I heard Flash is going away in a while. C3, wait, what? I like that one better. I'm going to leave that open because I like that much better. I like that way better than the I like that way better than the one David has on Cool Rock. Thank you for that, whoever just gave me that. Yes, David is watching the show from the other room. You're right most of the time. Your ability to be correct is unmatched. Do you have any skepticism about your own ability, or do you keep an open mind? I don't know who that is, Dave. Willie. I'm just going to call you Willie. Oh, your family's flying in from Florida tonight. It's going to be fun. That's good. I'm glad you like your family. Sarah, why is Vaughn Live and iVlog shutting down in December when Flash closes? Aren't there other options? Wait, what? I don't know. What? I thought it's December of 2020. Maybe
something really nice from you. You seem to have a natural talent with the piano.
Well, it's this. Somebody gave me this site. Rather, I don't like that one that you have on here. This
one?
This one I don't like because it plays back and things and like it adds
AI.
to it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like it. But
Okay.
this one I like. This is
That sounds great. It's got bridges and everything, choruses. Okay, I'll put that in the place of the other one. Thank you.
yeah, I like that a lot.
I'll make that switch. Just leave it in the upper left, and I'll switch it tonight.
Oh, this is when you can play multiple keys.
Okay.
Chucklehead Charlie's
Yeah,
giving
look it
me
up.
some
Whatever
different
you have.
ones. Is this Flash driven? I don't know. Wait. Oh, I need to go down. No, 2, 3. Oh, that's weird. So Q3, W3, RT. Okay, so up here is that one. And then 9. Oh, that's weird. 9, 0. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Close enough. Did I have you try this yet? Thanks, Chucklehead Charlie. I like both of those. Talk to Transformer. You ready to sing hymnals? Sarah, yeah, got the Talk to Transformer. Oh, you heard it was this December? Let me double check, because I heard today, I thought it said a year from December, but maybe I'm wrong. Flash support ending will end on December 31st of 2020, so a year, a little more than a year. And then why do you say Vaughn Live is not closing? Because Mark has already moved to HTML5, so I don't think that's closing unless, of course, he's running out of money. Which, well, David says that's not possibly the case because he's getting millions of dollars by censoring us. So I don't think he's not going anywhere.
They're making millions. We're not leaving. We're still.
I didn't say we're leaving.
I'm good.
Yeah. Well, it does take effort to bury power lines. We talked to some people who were talking about when we were thinking we should bury power lines, and this gentleman said that air is actually really great insulator for power lines, so that you actually, by having power lines elevated, it helps with the as an insulator for the electricity.
Yeah, actually, if you put it in the ground, it actually.
Well, 298 says they buried them in his state because of the risk of hurricanes.
Oh, okay. Well, the big conflict that they had was if you bury them, they wear down more because the insulation of the electric current presses back on the metal and it fractures. That's the theory. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But that one person from Brazil raised that contention at the.
Yeah, he said that the air is a very good insulator, so it keeps the energy in the power line, and there's less dissipation,
right?
Less energy loss. Yes, I do have a problem with your name. If David saw your name and read it, he would probably just ban you. So just be good with that, Willie. Oh, talk to the transformer. Sorry. Type something and neural network will guess what comes next. I can't just talk to it. I actually have to type to it. It shouldn't be called talk to transformer. It should be called text to transformer. Type to transformer. Yeah, I'm not clicking on any of your links, Audio Tours. My mama don't like you and she likes everyone. I don't like your links. Sorry, dude. Alright, I'm going to add... Date. You need to close the door. Okay, anyway. Alright. Type something and... Okay. Ava and Liz took their dog for a walk. Period. Complete the text. When they returned to the apartment, it was still raining, and Ava said, I could hear a sound somewhere downstairs, so I went downstairs and I heard a woman's voice. I thought it was my mom, but then I saw this guy with a bag. So I went down to this basement, and this guy grabbed one of the chairs, she continued. They told me, are you looking for a bomb? According to Ava and Liz, the man ran out, but they followed him to their second-floor apartment. After that, they said the door to the house opened, and the man ran in through it. This report may change following further investigation by authorities. He got on one knee, told me, can you get the gun? Which really scared me a little bit, recalled Ava. I kept asking the policeman what he wanted from me. Then the man took the gun and threatened to shoot them both, but she said, but Ava and Liz grabbed a chair, ran, built by Adam Daniel King as an easier way to play with OpenAI's new machine learning model. In February, OpenAI unveiled a language model called GPT-2 that generates coherent paragraphs of text one word at a time. For now, OpenAI has decided only to release 3 smaller versions of it which aren't as coherent, but still produce interesting results. This site runs the largest model, 774M, which is half the size of the full model. While GPT-2 was only trained to predict the next word in a text, it surprisingly learned basic competence in some tasks like translating between languages and answering questions. That's without ever being told that it would be evaluated on those tasks. To learn more, read OpenAI's blog post or follow them on Twitter. Thanks to Hugging Face for their PyTorch implementation of GPT-2, which he modified to handle batching queries of mixed links, and thanks, of course, to OpenAI for continually pushing the envelope in deep learning. The unicorn and the Lord of the Rings examples come from their blog. Do you think it's past the Turing test, Misanthropy? Always blame somebody else. Exactly. I think that's some motto certain people have. AI is better at talking than most people here. What is a neural network on crack? Should I ask that? Okay. Sarah, where did David and I get our veneers? It's called press-on veneers. Now, my veneers, I don't wear my veneers. Yeah, press-on veneers. Brighter Image Lab. Here it is. This is where we got our veneers. I agree with 298. Maybe they should consider hooking those in high-risk areas up.
We're looking for
solar in
people
California
that want to improve their smile. Guys, my name is Bill Watson. I'm with Brighter Image Lab.
Whoa, that was really loud, Bill. No, I don't need to gain a few pounds. I already gained maybe a pound yesterday by eating some pizza and chocolate. If bots were still allowed, you'd build a bot. You use that site to make the bot talk to people. I agree. Wait, are bots not allowed? Are bots not allowed on the internet? Are you saying bots not allowed where? Where are bots not allowed? Tesla said we can send electricity without using any lines. That's true, we can, but in the process, he also created very large earthquakes. The ground was shaking. Bots are not allowed on Vaughn Life, but we could create our own website and you put bots there. I know Ghost is a bot. Q17, I do not promote that. I know that woman did, but I'm so against that I just don't even want to look at that chat. So I'm going to purge what you said. You're still able to type. Please don't respond angrily at me. Yeah, I did not ban. I purged. I did not want to see a message about that. You are welcome. The thing is, Master Meatball, also double check like your local denturist, because I have a really great denturist that I use, and that's what I do wear. No, not full dentures, but I like my denturist. I'll just say that. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna get braces orthodontics, but anyway. Here's my hands. and ears. Keep your dear teacher happy. All right. Just weird drag king. I find that odd, but whatever. I need gold teeth and dreadlocks. I could probably do the dreadlocks, but I think I have the hands of a violinist. I can't even, like, like this. A musician? I'd make a great musician. That woman, yeah, I agree with you, 298. That woman was strange to believe that. Is this some print screen thing you want me to scroll down to see the whole thing? All right. Do I put that in the as an address, 298? I guess I will. Discreet tattoos are a red flag to you. A red flag of, like, she's really a naughty person, or he is. Good job, California. What are these cigarette butts all over? Not one straw in sight. What are those? What is that? 298? It tells you they did something like, oh, like you think someone with a discreet tattoo had an orgy. Okay. Oh, those are all used needles? Wow. Man, is that part of their needle exchange program? Or no, they just probably hand out needles. Wow, those are actually dirty needles, man. Yeah, Morgoth, yeah, I wish you would do that. But no straws, because straws are banned, but plenty of used needles around. Oh my god. That is so sad. What a treat for you to imbibe copious amounts of alcohol and then go on a broadcast. Do you broadcast at all, Morgoth? You should go over on our iVlog chat and broadcast. Good night, Mad Dog. I'm going to come back at 8 o'clock in about 55 minutes and learn more Python coding. Misanthropy gave me a couple links, so I'm working on that my way through it.
Okay, good. I got a burrito for you if you want it at the wrap.
Okay.
There is a little egg in it, but it's not that big of a deal. Just a binder.
Okay. Yeah, that's what they were saying. Did you eat one of David's wraps and he had put egg in it?
Well, they were trying to warn you about it, yeah. But one small egg over the whole thing was just, I just want to use some of those eggs slowly. All right, and it's got a really good spices, chicken and zucchini and onion. Very tasty. Okay. I showed everyone how to make it. It's super easy. Yeah. All right. Well, enjoy and help yourself to that if you want to eat the whole thing. You're hungry. Or there's pizza in the refrigerator.
Okay.
You can also heat that up if you want. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Awesome. We are open to chatters. I'm going to open up ProCams here. If you guys want to participate in the ProCam show, you can. We are available with multiple camera opportunities for you to participate over at iVlog. Now, CoolRock has iVlog as the main video system right now, but you have to enable Flash. So when you go to our online community, you have to enable Flash. It's essential. Otherwise, you can't see it. Now, Flash will not be available coming up December of 2020. So we're going to be seeing some changes there. No, I don't really want one. I can always eat something else. Unless you just want half of one and save me the other half. It's whatever. Yeah, it's a pretty big wrap. I made a big one there. So it's a total fun, free community to go to, coolrock.com. And the nice thing about this, many people don't realize, is everything on the page is movable. You can grab it, adjust it. The page is yours to play with, anything you want. And when you click on refresh, it goes right back to square one, right how it started. And then just get rid of the ditch the ad button and you're good to go. And you can play all kinds of games in there as well. There's avenues where you can play games while you watch the show. We've got Misanthropy sent us play NES games right here, this button. This, yeah, it's a big, huge board here. I'm kind of having a difficult time navigating on the board. There we go. This button right here takes you to the games. And then this button, WebOasis, takes you to a really cool site that'll give you a complete doorway to the internet. Wow, look at that. They brought back all their links. They had a smaller version of it last night. Apparently they were doing some work, but now all the big links buttons are available. And WebOasis also has an arcade on the drop-down menu over here. You click on the arcade button and you can see play racing games, zombies. Pinball's fun too. McDundee got 5 million points on pinball. But yeah, that's all available at the CoolRock community. Okay, thanks for coming in, guest 298 with the bells. It's nice to digest the news tonight. California is really screwed up. All these democratically libtard-led states are now looking at massive cigarette consumption. Everybody who's been hooked on vaporizers in Washington, Oregon, California, and Michigan and Illinois, they are now converting to a thing called a cigarette, which is way worse for them. And the Democrats just simply wanted that tax revenue from the cigarettes. iVlog's chat might be Flash. I would assume Flash is going bye-bye, and if iVlog doesn't convert, they're stuck with nothing. We're going to be opening up another chat room as the year progresses because we want more exposure, and I'm willing to spend some money on it if I need to. I might just go to Ustream. It gives me the tools I need, but I have to pay a significant amount of money to do it. We have an account there, so we just have to activate it. What are they? Are they cigarettes? Oh, they're needles. Oh, really? Oh, man, I didn't know. Not one straw in sight. Okay. They look like cigarettes to me. Yeah, I don't really care what they are. They're still garbage. They give them free needles out, then they just dump them. You know, I'd be okay with a needle exchange program for heroin addicts. But without the needle exchange program, they're just going to dump them on the street. Spent needles, bio-waste. It's very dangerous. They give them for free at some Walgreens to anyone. Wow. So if I just walk into Walgreens and say, "Hey man, I'm really jonesing for some, some stuff, man. Do you have any like needles I can use?" Yeah, that would be great. Trump lashes out over Fox News poll that shows majority support his impeachment. And I don't blame him for lashing out. You know, just because the majority of the country voted for the Democrats to impeach him, he should have saw this coming, you know. The handwriting was on the wall. Yeah. But, you know, he's a little upset, but it was all coming. I mean, when you can't cavort around with Russian oligarchs and Ukrainian oligarchs and expect this not to happen, 51% of respondents said they want the president impeached and removed from office. He expressed his displeasure from Thursday with a Fox News poll. The poll came after House Democrats opened an impeachment inquiry into the president over his call to have his Ukrainian counterpart investigated. Yeah. And again, it's only going to stick if Donald Trump had certain quid pro quos. Otherwise, he had every right to look up dirt on his Democratic rival, as did Hillary when she contacted a firm to get a hold of all of the dossier on Trump. Hillary had every right to find that out too. You know, the Republicans were saying, well, that's illegal what she was doing. No, actually, she has the right to hire an investigation team to get all the dirt she can on her presidential rival. We are all of a sudden so tied to them. Where did it come from? Oh, yeah, what's the deal with Russia? Well, Donald Trump's recent move to get us out of Syria is actually right up Trump's Biden connection. Sorry. Biden has nothing to do with it. Yeah, I meant Putin. They rhyme. Putin, Biden, Putin, yeah. But Putin really did want us to get out of Syria. He's been saying it for a long time. So Trump just did whatever he was told. That's all he had to do. You know, I don't have any links of Turkey's war footage in Syria. There was one casualty of an innocent civilian. I've talked about reducing our troop strength in the Middle East, but what I would have done is left an automated response system in place. Trump didn't listen to that part of my plan. I would have created an essential safe zone for the Kurds, and they would have had a battery of anti-ballistic missile systems that would have taken out the Turkish aircraft. I would have given the Kurds anti-ballistic capabilities. Had I wanted to protect them. The mass shooting in Germany wasn't real. We didn't see any real evidence, no blood, nothing. It looked identical to the one in New Zealand, which was debunked on the internet as a complete fake. It's just an attempt to get people to hate terrorism and guns. Yeah, I'm not going to pay homage to a mass shooting that has no evidence of it happening. No, it wasn't real. There was no evidence it happened, and no pictures of the bodies in the autopsy room. None of these cases have any bodies. They're all fake. As you look back in time, we have the technology now to fake all this stuff. So a lot of these are just fake shootings. The only shooting where a person actually was buried and went open casket was the Charleston shooting. Yeah, where the pastor was seen. His name was Clemente Pinckney, and he's the only person who was seen in an open casket. Yeah, Alabama, and Bahamas sound very similar, yeah. How dare you? But yeah, this is the only case of an actual terrorist victim. This is 2015, of an actual terrorist victim that went open casket. And as you can see, it's a wax dummy. His ear is about a half an inch too low. His head is deformed. Everything about his face looks a little bit off. So they realized they couldn't put the wax dummies out, so they stopped doing that, and they just stopped doing open caskets. We've had over 50 shootings where not one single body was ever revealed. So if you believe the BS that came out of the CIA War Department when they created this need for gun control, you can only imagine where your mind is at. You're probably living in fear. Many of you are cowering. Oh, I don't know. I don't want a terrorist attack to happen. Oh. So you've been brainwashed into thinking they're going to happen anywhere, anytime, any place. I wouldn't doubt many of you are living in constant fear because you've literally bought the lie that all these events are real. I think you need to calm down, you know? Kind of like Greta.
All you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. How dare you!
I can feel the pain that she must be experiencing, so much so that I'm beginning to emulate her, and I will be doing the show as her throughout the whole evening. How dare you! Why shouldn't she act like that? Don't you even care about the world that we live in, the environment? How dare you! You're ruining my life. My adulthood is being taken away. How dare you! Oh, sorry. She's in training. Yeah, she'll be running for office someday, I'm sure. George Soros will put her up at MoveOn.org and she'll fit right in. She's a drama opera actor. Her whole family are failed actors. But they have the significant history of having a great-great-grandfather who was the originator of the idea of the greenhouse effect. Isn't that fascinating? Do you mind if I take this wax dummy and picture of Clemente off? If you happen to see Clemente somewhere, please don't report him to the FBI. They don't want him to be found. He got a lot of money, and I'm sure he's living a life of witness protection or something like that. Yes, Dylan, my high school teacher, I beat in 5 moves in chess, and he turned red like a beet, and then later he purposely docked me on a test. He dropped a grade on a test. I was shocked, and to this day I've never seen such abuse of power as my high school teacher. I even know his name. Oh yeah, if he's still around, he knows what I did. I beat him in 5 moves fair and square. I used a Bobby Fischer opening that just took him apart. Could you please stopping these UK things? I'd like you to play nothing but Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson stuff. That's really what I was trying to go for. I can't play chess because I'm too good at it. I'm extremely competitive, and whenever I play chess, I get stressed out. Yeah, my blood pressure goes up and I get really stressed out. The last person I beat in chess was a family member of mine who thought he could beat me, and he'd beaten everybody in the family. And I had to take a step back from the game and say, well, how is this guy playing? And he played extremely aggressively. And, you know, the old adage, you know, just go right at him with the same exact technique they're using against you, and you can beat them at that. You've got to actually dive into the head of the snake to get rid of the snake, you know. It's kind of weird, but I played exactly like he did. He was just sacrificing piece after piece. So I said, okay, let's just start sacrificing piece after piece. And sure enough, I ripped a hole through his entire defenses and just checkmated him in I'd say about 20 minutes. But it was very stressful. I had to play exactly like him. And it's, in a way, that kind of is an analogy for how we're dealing with the Russians right now and the Chinese. They have an arms race. They seem to be going on a hell-bent on creating technology that could dominate the world. They're not really holding back. And with Trump and Putin not signing an intermediate nuclear force treaty, an INF treaty, we are kind of freewheeling, and both sides are now developing their intermediate tactical nuclear weapons. And that's not something we really needed. I'd rather develop technologies that are green, clean technologies that could help our environment. These ideas of renewable energy solutions are at the center of our party. And even this idea, the idea of putting windmills on top of telephone poles, is my concept. I came up with in 2009, and I just adapted the Savonius windmill idea to this concept and applied it. And we can easily start building these right away. It shouldn't be too hard. There are Savonius windmills out there that would be perfectly capable of handling the operation. So we're still looking for this technology. I have yet to find it, a copy of it. We saw all of these in every city in America, and I can't find a single copy of this technology on the internet. It looks like a light post, but it has some sort of a transmission center at the top, kind of like a DirecTV link or something. I don't know. It's weird. It could be surveillance, but you see they're every 300 feet in cities like Cleveland. This is Cleveland. They're in every city in America in about a 3-mile swash of land in the most highly trafficked area. And what this technology is, I have yet to see it. So I told Sarah that we've got some in Seattle area. I'm going to have to take a night trip out there to see if they light up. They may be lights. She said they're lights, but if they don't light up, then we are definitely onto something. You want to be cremated? Too many people have cell phones and take pictures. Oh, you don't want to be the best looking corpse in the morgue? Oh, wow. Really? Okay. Well, to each his own, right? I'd rather be the best looking corpse in the morgue. I would think that would stand for something. So we've had lots of technologies. 10 years ago, the Army Corps of Engineers developed this.
Downrange.
It's called the active denial system, and it can take a large picture. It actually sends a beam out to keep crowds back. You can control crowds with this. And I thought, what a perfect application for the border. And that's when I came up with the invisible fence idea. Eddie Ecuador brought me this concept, and he said, hey, have you heard about active denial? And I looked at it.
Underneath the main reflector, hits the subreflector, which illuminates that main reflector and sends a roughly antenna-sized beam
downwind. So this could be used for keeping people out of our country. And it's 10-year-old technology, so why are we not using this? That's another question. So adapting certain technologies that are designed for crowd control for border defense makes total sense. This is a good person. The sniper scene from Bodyguard. That's a good movie. I saw Bodyguard. That's actually a really good movie. It's English. And yeah, I was kind of an edge of the seat drama. I thought it was very well done. I'll add that to tonight's link. So you send some things I can use. Well, let's get out of the green clean technology area and get back to the show. So Greta's always been on our mind. We just didn't know it. So now that she's made a big part of our existence, she's become a part of our existence, we have to at least acknowledge the importance of this young lady.
How dare you continue to look away?
Okay, well, I'm going to look away for a second. It's too much to handle. TMI. Here's a technology story that we have to address. Its time has come. How dare you? Yes. Inexpensive, unpatched phones put billions of users' privacy at risk. 1992 tape of Epstein and Trump. Yeah, we know that exists. It's not cruel. Guess 200. That active denial system, it doesn't hurt anybody. It just heats up your skin. Your skin feels really hot to the touch. It's a low-level microwave. It's not designed to hurt anybody. It's very, very safe. They wouldn't use it on crowds if it wasn't safe. Yeah. You've got more problems right now driving down the freeway with all the digital frequencies and RF frequencies that are passing through your brain, causing irreparable damage to your DNA. Oh, but you don't have to think about that until later when they opt to operate it on your head and pull a tumor out. But if you want to care right now, you can watch our show. Yeah, that'd be cool. Because RF frequencies do have long-term effects on our bodies. They just don't want to talk about it. The powers that be. Anyway, Billions who only connect with cheap Android phones pay with their personal information. Yeah. Privacy, it seems, is increasingly a luxury reserved for those who can't afford it. Free services are rarely free, and in the 21st century, the adage seems to be that if you're not paying with your money, you're paying with your personal data. You notice that the iPhones only work with Google, so you have to get your Google account connected to it, and then they know exactly where you are, and they can trace you, and blah, 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 blah. You can't escape it. You can build a Faraday cage around your body. That's the only way of escaping it. You can wrap the inside of your house with Mylar blankets and people think you're going crazy. McAfee did it. He's living in a completely sealed room that he claims is telecommunications friendly. And there's a couple of cars that are available now called Faraday cars. I don't know if they are Faraday cages, but I'd like to see a Faraday cage car. But any metal around your body will defer or diffuse the field radiation. So if you want to ultimately have the EMP safe vehicle, it hasn't been built yet. You have to have a certain amount of empathy for the electromagnetic pulse capability that will be coming your way. But they've made Faraday prototypes. Here's a guy, Audi e-tron prototype in a Faraday cage. Possibilities are enormous for us to be sealed in a car that's protected. So don't kid yourself. The possibilities are there for us to safely travel without having digital frequency radiation affecting us. So it's not over yet. I know a lot of you are getting very, very negative, and I'm trying to breathe a little bit of hope into our lives. Yeah, we weren't hit by the winter storm here in Washington. We're good. That link doesn't work. Try again. Okay, let's take a look. Snoop Doggy Dogg. Oh, what's going on with him?
By the order.
He performs Peaky Blinders theme on BBC. I'll be darned, man. He's definitely a major entertainer. Yeah, Snoop Doggy Dogg.
The Peaky Blinders. This is Red Right Hand by Snoop Shelby.
This guy makes a lot of money on himself, but I definitely don't understand the whole thing going down with Peaky Blinders. I have yet to tune in on that show yet. Okay, thank you. Trump is scaring the hell out of most of us, David. I know. He's not a very calm and collected guy. Trump, when he started stealing my ideas, I knew that he didn't have the credible virtue he needed to be our president. He wasn't a solid person. He was somehow compromised. And those of you who believe him and his lies must ultimately have to, ask yourself, are your crap detectors on full alert? Because they're not. I have the best free news everywhere. Thank you, Moonrack. That's very nice of you. I don't think we need to cater to Snoop Doggy Dogg right now, man. We all know Snoop Doggy Dogg does an excellent whiteface. We looked at that the other day. We saw what a great whiteface he did. Yeah, and I support anybody doing anything for Halloween, by the way, even if you want to be Megyn Kelly. Say you want to be Megyn Kelly and want your kids to dress up in blackface. She won a $40 million suit with NBC over that. So it's not like you're going to lose. Freedom of speech guarantees your ability to do anything. And if you're a person who wants to go in whiteface, you can do that too. Anything's possible. You can even do a dance on Halloween. I've yet to master this dance, but I'm working on it. Today I was jumping in my cooking show. So I found out that white men can jump. I thought we were not allowed to, but now somebody said, David, we know white men can jump. I remember that movie. I thought maybe white men can't jump, and I didn't know if it was illegal. So I'm now prepared to start jumping. I'm working on my NBA moves. I'm bringing my sky hook back. But here's Snoop Doggy Dogg doing whiteface. Now you got to admit, he looks a lot like me. I mean, come on. Just look at that. Yeah, David, I definitely feel that you are definitely somebody I'd like to impersonate on a nightly basis. It's cool. As you can see, my head is a lot bigger than his, though. I have a larger brain pan. Are you going to dump links all over the night, every night? I'm just going to mute you if you keep doing this. It's disturbing to watch all this nonsense flying in front of us about ridiculous BC dramas. I mean, hello. I said I only want Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson clips, okay? You can give me an occasional Theresa May if it's funny. Stoop doesn't talk like that? Oh, really? His speech is much more slowed down from the chronic smoking? So I would definitely talk like this. You know, I knew the costume designers for the Woody Harrelson, Wesley Snipes movie. Yeah, White Men Can't Jump. I knew the costume designers. They're nice people. They're black people. I had a chance to house sit for one of them. And I got to know her son, who real well. And it never occurred to them that it was racist against white people. I never said it was. And I still believe it's protected by free speech. Yeah. And I was never racist in my life. So, I mean, I listened to one of their stories about how they were being pulled over by cops because they're black. And, you know, that happens a lot. And I understand black people are falsely treated by cops, and I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. We're going to get anybody who does racial profiling on the streets in metropolitan areas, we're going to cut their funding. They're not going to even have a job when we get done with them. I'm issuing force sensitivity training for all police officers in the United States when I become president. It will be tied to their federal funding. If they don't do it, don't sign off on it, and if they don't police it and monitor it, it's no more funding. We'll bring the National Guard in if we have problems. I won't hesitate to replace the Chicago PD with the National Guard if I have to. It's a tough call because the state of Illinois has to actually call in the National Guard, but there are federal contingency plans to do this. I don't want the police to break down and be police brutally toward people. I don't want them to continue this terrible scourge against average people. 1,200 people die a year of all different races by cop in America. More than half of them are disabled, and more than half of them are unarmed. That's a statistic I can't live with. Anyway, so cell phones always pose dangers. The predictors and the tech people are checking if Hillary's going to enter the race, and there's an ongoing bet online, and she's actually drawing money. People are getting certain kickbacks on their bets for Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden. Now Hillary Clinton is making money. Andrew Yang is a good investment. Bernie Sanders, even with his heart attack, is still in the race. So yeah, Hillary rockets into third place, just as predictions are swirling that she's coming back. So I missed it, but somebody blew a simple whistle and got taken out on the Trump rally by the police. Are you serious? Wow, I did miss that. So somebody blew a whistle and everyone freaked. It's good no one heard a loud clapping sound. That, you know, there are people that are actually dying from riots when people freak out in the middle of an area where there's a loud clapping sound. They think it's a gunfire. Everyone's so freaked out by all these shootings or alleged shootings that they're living on edge. If Trump can be president, then you got every chance. Thanks, Soul Child. That's a nice thing to say. I don't have the mob connections Trump had. I don't have Russian oligarch money that Trump had. That got him elected. I wish I could turn guest chat on. They've shut guest chat off over here. You can still get in at iVlog and become a guest, but you have to go through email identification. I'm never going to ban firearms. I support I support the Second Amendment fully. But yeah, look at that. There's guest chat in there, but you have to sign in to do that. It's not like the old days when anybody could come in. They stopped that as soon as they got swamped by all the people watching our show. I'm one of the most viewed people in the world. I'm not bragging and I'm not complaining. I also have this unbelievable viewership because of the UHF rebroadcasting of our show every day and the consistency of the show. And the fact that we keep doing it regardless is very captivating to many people around the world. They don't understand how we're able to pull this off, but it's only through sheer dedication and my commitment to this show that we're able to do it. I don't draw a penny from this, and it's not like I'm trying to make money at it. We're trying to build a political movement here against all odds. And even the people paying people to suppress us and to censor us, they don't even understand that. They actually think that money's going to stop us. It only makes me more committed to my goal. Well, the Democrats really are a problem because they continue to think that these events, these false flags, are real. They continue to buy into the BS, and they all think that if we just got rid of all the guns, everyone would be safe. No, that's exactly what Hitler did. And Hitler didn't make everyone safe, did he? He had people taken out and sent to concentration camps. Yeah, but he killed the Juden, the Jewish people. And because I've built a political profile for myself at americasthirdparty.com, it completely transcends their efforts. You can watch our show daily and ultimately, see it in repeat at the bottom of our site. America's Third Party has our YouTube channel that plays the night before. So we get all kinds of penetration, and people see our show in repeat, and they're watching shows from 10 years ago. That's how popular we are. Now, you morons who have no idea how popular our show really is and continue to deny its existence, you can just sit back and watch. I was the one that predicted that Hillary was going to get in the race, by the way. I did that in 2016. As soon as the election was over, I said she's probably going to run again. And here I am becoming right. That click didn't go through, but here is tinyURL. Let's take a look. So many people have underestimated what we do and continue to completely, it blows by their simple-mindedness. They're simpletons that don't even have a clue as to how much censorship there is in this world. German investigation demanding user info, the flight for
Hey
truth.
everybody, we now have some kind of German police after us for the latest hoax video coming out of Germany. Wow. I don't even know how to pronounce this. I don't know how you guys pronounce this from Germany or what kind of, how you guys do this stuff, but this is from Landeskriminalite.
This is 153news.net, who's been pushing for freedom of speech and giving people a venue to do shows. And he's got a series of problems because he gets notices from Australia when he ran the New Zealand video, and cease and desist orders where he couldn't have his IP allowed to be seen in Australia. Now he's getting it from Germany. We'll be looking at that a little bit later tonight. But 153news.net is providing a very good venue for people to post for free, people that get past his acceptance as a possible poster. I was very fortunate to get an account there. And I found out something very interesting. Videos that were banned on YouTube, my videos that were banned on YouTube are getting thousands of hits on 153 News. We're already up to nearly 2,000 hits on Epstein is Alive, which is a video I put out 3 weeks ago. But a infamous banned video right here, which was pulled off of YouTube. This was about the New Zealand video as well. That has been uploaded and been seen already by 4,634 people in 4 months. Whereas it got only 3 hits on YouTube in 2 years, or in a year, ever since the New Zealand shooting. So it's just all very weird the way that YouTube thinks they've got the wool pulled over our eyes and thinks that they can shut down our hit counters, and no one's accountable at YouTube. There's nobody standing there. Truth is getting out. That's right. They're getting scared. Good point, Scissor Fight. True. And thanks to you and your videos, which are also getting great hits. He's got a video on Biden that's had nearly 14,000 hits on 153 News. I am spot on, I know. Let me show you a video enhancement of that. Now, I took your audio of Joe Biden talking to a 13-year-old girl, and I did a little work with the signal to enhance and at least get his voice a little bit clearer, but yours is still the number one in that video. And I basically looked at it and I said, you know, let's see what we can do with it. And I created the Biden per video here. Let's see if it's any better than the one you did, but it's still a little hard to hear Joe Biden's words.
Times when he gently rearranges the young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more.
Let me make this very clear, Mr. Sassoni.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
So it's pretty loud. I at least gave it a little reverb of his own voice that I sculpted with about 4 or 5 cleaners. And I think it's a little bit crisper, but not by much. It's hard. Okay. Okay, so that was the beginning of our infamous fame video. It played automatically. Yeah, I know I'm going to be getting... Sarah's going to ask me to start cleaning up my links, and I'll show you how I do that. Yeah, let me get back to the show here. I don't want to leave her with too many links. I have a link library that I think is effective. We've got a couple link libraries. If you want to check them out, they have about 5,000 links now. And it's interesting to note that we've been accumulating so many great links that it's hard to imagine anyone having more. But the Flipboard one is the most recent. And that link library is positioned in such a way that you can go to any magazine and look up a huge amount of sources, websites, videos. And we created one magazine just for, see, this is the magazine button here. The link, that link at Flipboard will take you. I've got one for some pretty intense posts on Reddit that just came in from Misanthropy. I just opened that one called the Reddit Room. And the Epstein file is huge. It's full of all kinds of proof that Epstein's still alive. 5G dangers. Atmosphere covers more environmental issues. We've got a few in gun control, no gun control, dedicated to the Second Amendment. But this is 153 News. It takes you to all the links that we've been playing on our show. That's a very powerful link. But what I do is in the show, say I've got a link here from Zero Hedge, and it's about Hillary. Okay, so I just hit this button right up here, the F button, takes me to my Flipboard. And then I look for, I have a section called Political Cover-Up. I put it there. I also have a section for Trump himself and a section for the Russian involvement with Trump. So there's areas of Trump. He has 2 different magazines, all his own. This is an interesting...
48 Hours Fans, a new podcast.
This is going to be yeah, I don't know what this is. It's a podcast. I may or may not play it later tonight. Erin Moriarty is a famous newscaster. Let's see if I can do this. The moment the FBI has found Hillary Clinton's emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop. This is a very powerful story. I would love to be able to get more information on the Anthony Weiner laptop. There's 340,000 emails, but again, the New York PD not only covered up the story, but they refuse to actually discuss why so many people are dying from suicides that saw the Anthony Weiner emails. 2 people in particular, a homicide detective and his boss, were both suicided last month, or 2 months ago rather. Very bizarre stories. NYPD is covering up a whole lot, and QAnon, they're getting nothing from Trump. So you QAnoners, I urge you to look at our party seriously. Trump's never going to stop the deep state, never will. He's totally sucked into this whole thing. You got the you patronizing snob there? Okay, that's a good one. What do you mean Sarah is no angel? Sarah certainly is an angel. What's wrong with you? Hey, here is Hillary talking to the Gambino family here. This is an old picture, but it's important to note that Hillary, her whole family came from a Chicago mob boss. They say that Hillary Clinton's father he took over for Capone. Now that story you wouldn't find anywhere, except maybe here. So we'll just send all of that into political cover-up.
How dare you?
I have stolen her dreams. This is a great one. This is the one I sent to Giuliani that led to Donald Trump asking China to get information on Joe Biden. Yeah. It's like, okay. And I think Giuliani and Hunter, or rather Giuliani and Trump are onto Hunter. And if they can find the connection to China, because China said they're not going to help. They don't want to get involved. But this story really is super powerful and does connect the dots to a political cover-up. So I'll put that in political cover-up as well. Apparently, this picture was taken around the same time that Hunter went with mobster Whitey Bulger's nephew and John Kerry's stepson to China to do a deal. So it's very suspicious. And if Trump can find the dirt on that, it'll stave a lot of the impeachment problems that he's having right now. Hold off with a good offense. I think it should get Nancy Pelosi and others to really rethink this. Nancy Pelosi's son works for a gas company in Ukraine that she got him a job at. So she's involved in this too. This is another one. Lindsey Graham received campaign donations from a firm tied to Russian oligarchs. I want to get rid of that. I've been talking about it quite a bit. And I'll put that in political cover-up. No, better yet, I've got a section called Russian, GOP Russian. That's perfect, see? So it's GOP Russian. This is amazing to me because most people don't realize that the GOP is getting money from Russia. It's shocking, I think. Okay, Trump falsely claims we have no soldiers in Syria. Well, yeah, he's in the process of pulling them out. There's heavy fighting on the second day of the assault. That's to be expected. When this became our war, we violated Syria's sovereignty. When we sent our troops to that border town and protected the Kurds, we were in violation of Syria's sovereignty. Our government hasn't even discussed that issue, and nobody in the libtard media want to talk about that. I've been saying to the Democrats, why do you keep enjoying ratifying war? What is it with you and war? Yeah, why do you keep ratifying war? So Enoch is here. Hey, man. You tried the cameras out. Hey. How are you? Looks like you're at the bar drinking a beer and having fun. We're deciding if Enoch is an alien from another dimension, but he looks like a guy just having fun at the bar. Thanks for coming in, Enoch. Where is the footage of war with Turkey? Yeah, I'm trying to get this. I'm looking for it. If it really does exist and we are seeing fighting, you'd think we'd see footage, right? There is none. So you guys, good luck finding footage from Turkey in the war. One civilian died. That means that a lot of people are probably, in the eyes of the Turkish government, terrorists. So they're probably not even counted because they're terrorists. But they claim one civilian has died. That's not exactly ethnic cleansing, like the libtard media wants you to say. Yeah. How dare you?
Yes, the country voted, the UK voted to leave the EU.
Yes, they did. And we've got that lined up. We've got you patronizing, stuck-up snob, too. Good stuff. Thank you. This is the kind of stuff we'll play in our show later tonight. Yeah, I don't mind. I know we don't normally cover the UK, but I don't see any reason why not. It's still an economic problem facing one of our strongest allies, the UK. So yeah, as long as you're political, I agree with your links. When you bring in football and foosball and all that other stuff, then it gets a little bit weird. So this is the region that's being in dispute right here. And again, we helped the Kurds hold off Turkey. Turkey was very upset. What Donald Trump is going to do with Turkey in terms of economic sanctions remains to be seen, but he said he would definitely punish them with economic hits. We'll see if he follows up on that. They didn't have to do this, but they did it anyways. It's a pretty good map of the Turkish-Kurdish problem going on right now. I'm going to save it in my file. Turkish-Kurd war. And again, we're not going to stop violence forever and ever. We can't be there forever and ever. When do the Democrats expect us to leave? It took the Democrats heat on the Republicans to get us out of Vietnam, but now it seems like the Democrats want us all to be cigarette-smoking warmongers. The Democrats want to ban vaporizers, fruity vaporizers in every state, so now people are smoking cigarettes left and right. That's the new Democratic thing, smoke cigarettes. And then they want us to be involved in wars. So I guess the Democratic Party morphed into the Republican Party somehow, and they're both the same party now. Except one supports Trump and the other doesn't. Trump is going to tariff domestic turkeys grown in Turkey for the Turkish Thanksgiving. That's making me hungry. Bring all troops home and let the towels, be cleaned in the washing machine. Absolutely. You know, at one point, KBR, the affiliate of Halliburton, was making $100 per duffel bag of troops having clothing washed, and they were paying Jordanians $5. Halliburton fleeced America for money out of Iraq. You wouldn't believe it. They were one of the biggest suck monsters out there. The Iraq war cost us over $1 trillion, a total of $2 trillion for the Iraq and Afghanistan war. And they literally charged $100 to the U.S. government for KBR to wash a duffel bag full of clothes. They paid the Jordanian $5, and they pocketed the difference. That's what American war is all about, making money. My boo is done. The suck monster itself of war is extremely costly. People can't possibly imagine how expensive war is, but the long-lasting effects of war extend well beyond. People are angry. They're angry, and they live in anger of their family members lost and dying. Anyway, we found out earlier that they've got technology to keep brain tissue alive for up to a month. So there's hope for your Uncle George. They may be able to put him in a test tube and keep him alive. This is actual living brain tissue with a blood flow that's been designed by a computer.
Made of soft gels and living cells.
In the lung, we have the airway and its surrounding bloodstream. What we are seeing here is that the distension of the airway is actually helping to boost the mixing of the blood in the vascular architecture that's flowing around the airway. This is something that may happen inside of the human lung, and it's something that we are exploring more to inform new designs for living tissue.
So you can imagine if they could get your DNA from a stem cell in your brain, theoretically they could splice onto your existing lung, or they could cauterize and remove the tissue of cancerous tissue and maybe create a lung on top of your lung. Without even, they could repair your lung with your own lung tissue. That's interesting. Yeah. And they may be able to create and gestate organs in separate vats this way. The technology of stem cell research is beginning to sound very viable for long-term solutions for people with organ transplants. And this would erase the need for organs in China, which is a huge human rights problem right now. People are being killed just to get their organs extracted. Yes, hi, Asset DJ, welcome. All right. Lots of possibilities. I just hope that they stop killing innocent children for their body parts and people that are being pulled in with a death bus in China. Now, if I were Trump right now, I would, first of all, I probably wouldn't have had a trade war with China, but since he has one with China, and I were Trump right now, I would definitely lob on human rights solutions, at least a monitoring program that could at least assure us that body organ donations are not constantly being done. I would ask China to send the videotape of all their death mobiles to the U.S. government so we could review the tapes. That would be right in their face, because they actually videotape the deaths of these people they take in with debts. Say you had a debt in China, you get pulled in, and then they harvest your organs on videotape, and they think that's perfectly ethical. So that the family knows that the person was ethically killed and ethically harvested. I want to see those videotapes for our record so that we know how many people are being harvested. Let's just see their videotapes. We want to see the proof. That alone would be part of the contingency plan. That way they'd know that they're being watched. If they want to go ahead and videotape all the people they're sucking organs out of, yeah, we want to know too. Okay, so impeachment inquiry latest. 2 Giuliani associates connected to Ukraine probe have been arrested. So apparently Giuliani had a couple people over there making moves, getting more information, and now they're claiming it's illegal what they were doing. Okay, we'll see if that plays out. They're innocent until proven guilty, but... Okay, Alex Trebek is making an announcement, folks. As you know, he's battling pancreatic cancer, and it's one of the worst of all. Yep, Alex is saying his Jeopardy career may end soon due to a cancer battle. He's bracing everybody for the reality. He's facing the Grim Reaper. He initially responded well to the, I believe he was on a series of meds that were helping to stop it, and apparently he didn't stay in remission, and now they're back at it, and yeah, very sad. And I certainly hope that he smokes a joint before he passes this world. You know, if I were suffering from his disease, I'd be getting high nonstop every day just to kill the pain. Yeah, seriously, it's very remedial, and you never know, CBD oil might be very beneficial for him. I mean, I'd be doing anything. I'd be on all kinds of weird diets just to keep myself going. But, you know, he's probably following the advice of his doctors, and, you know, you better not do marijuana. He's in California, isn't he? He could definitely do legal marijuana. You're on opioids, right? You're on 0 opioids. You got off opioids. Excellent. Congratulations. You think Alex is a drinker and that's why his pancreas gave out on him? Adele 53 thinks Giuliani should be waterboarded for his neglect in 9/11. You know, I can tell you that nobody's perfect. Giuliani made a big mistake not getting air masks to everybody. Yeah, I was a mayor. I would have gotten air masks to everybody out there. I would have saved $6 billion the Zadroga bill has been giving out for people who can barely breathe still to this day. So he has a lot of apologizing to do, that's for sure. They looked at Giuliani as a good mayor, though. When he was in New York, they actually stopped crime in cities like Harlem. I should say boroughs like Harlem, because Harlem is a borough. You think Chinese hackers are causing the power outages in Northern California? I don't know. Donna Summer has passed away? Are you serious? Let me take a look. You're just making this up? Nope, she died, yeah. Wow. No, that's not... Oh yeah, Donna Summer died in 2012. You know, I forgot about that. Yeah. I was thinking of Suzanne Summers. Yeah, this woman, Donna Summers, died in 2012. That's correct. Suzanne's still alive. Really? She died from respiratory illness in New York City? Is that how she died? Wow, I did not know that. There you go. Not enough is being done to prevent respiratory problems with firefighters. Every fire department in America should be equipped with all kinds of layers of air filtration. They should have small masks and their big oxygen tanks, just in case they can go from one to the other. Because firefighters really do encounter a lot of particulates. Drag King is attacking you again. Well, you better not do that. I'm going to mute Drag King if you've been derogatory towards Zenetril for some time, and I really appreciate it if you stop doing that. And so would Enoch 60. He's enjoying the show right now from his bar, and he doesn't want to see women victimized. He sees enough of that going on at the bar. How you doing, man? He's got something going on. Yeah, he's happening. He's rocking out, you know. Some people are really enjoying their life with the help of booze. If you had a chance to really enjoy your life and get totally drunk every night, is that what it's going to shorten your life, that's for sure. But hey, you are going to be enjoying your life. Really? So you were actually being nice to him, and then you turned him down, rejected him, and now he calls you those names? Isn't that so true about how people... Seth Green is dubbed voice for Jason Statham? I don't know. Is that for real? Seth Green actually does voiceovers? I thought Seth Green was just an activist on YouTube, one of those YouTube guys. Yeah, you don't want to drink. Alcohol is bad for you. But if you want to enjoy yourself, there's no better way to enjoy yourself than having drinks and getting really drunk. And oh, you got some herb there. Look at that. He's got a stock of marijuana. Look at this, folks. You want to show that stock of marijuana again? Hey there, Enoch. You want to show that? No, he doesn't want to do it. He's picking through his buds right now. Look at this. Wow. Yeah, he's got a whole lot of stuff over there. He's probably in one of those recreational states where you can grow your own. You don't like people that smoke marijuana? Why are you in the show? I support legalization. I'm not a heavy user like Snoop Doggy Dogg. But I do like to imbibe a little bit of that stuff on occasion. You know what I'm saying, man? Yeah. So, and sometimes I get high, you know, it happens, you know, sometimes people enjoy it. All right. I don't want to take away your fun. I believe in free will. In a country that supposedly believes in freedom, but doesn't really dole it out too easily, I believe that we all have free will. Okay, we got a story about the effects of technology. We got robots coming. Police robot told a woman to go away after she tried to report a crime. This is then sang a song. So they're trying to work the kinks out of some of these police robots, but hello. I'm reporting a crime. Hello. I'm reporting a crime. Hello. A high-tech police robot told a woman to go away when she tried to report a crime. Then trundled away while singing a song. Unbelievable. The egg-shaped robot, whose official name is HP Robocop, barked at Gubera to step out of the way. And then went on to hum intergalactic tune and say, please keep the park clean. If only we had it on videotape. But unfortunately, that was not videotape. Here's an interesting site we picked up called Talk to a Transformer. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I might even add it to our links at Cool Rock, but let's give it a custom prompt. Lord of the Rings. It provides all kinds of text and discussion about subjects. It's thinking right now. Legolas and Gimli advance to the orcs, raising their weapons with a harrowing war cry. We will have no rest, I swear it, these orcs will bleed. As though to emphasize the urgency of the moment, a mighty orc smashed into an enemy camp and the orcs fled in fear. It creates stories around everything you say. Okay, let's see if we can give it something. These are custom prompts. I want to do my own. It won't let me do my own. Laundromat is busy. Laundry is done. Complete text. You stole my dreams. You've taken my childhood. Now AI is trying to come up with what this is. Late Night with Jimmy Fallon. Jason Statham and Jimmy Fallon arm wrestle. That's worth watching. Okay. I'll play that tonight. You got it. Generate another. Here we go. Clean, dry, and sanitize. Turn off water and electricity if required. Do not remove any chemicals inside the sink. If a sink leaks, make sure there are no cracks or crevices so the water cannot flow to the floor. If there's a leaking sink, remove all items from the sink and flush the leak. Keep all appliances and clean up supplies away from the sink area. Do not put things inside the sink that can easily reach the floor. I mean, this stuff is all laundry related. AI just spit it out. Isn't that amazing? So it's called Talk to Transformer. That's a pretty interesting little thing, yeah. I am muting audio tours. Ground control to Major Tom. Well, as you can see, it's the most important thing in life is who has the best hair. And here you thought it was all about getting a college education, and it's also who speaks out the loudest. Yeah, that's part of it. Networks to air commercial depicting menstruating men, and are you serious? That is really weird. Fat Vinny, what do you got? Looks like it looks like 8Ball is our ATP bot that Ghost was working on. He just slipped it in as 8Ball. Thanks, Ghost. Appreciate it, man. That's a cool feature in our chat now. TV networks to air commercial depicting menstruating men and boys. Here you thought you were just a guy. Now you're being led into being a transgender.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah, bud?
I think I got my period.
I am absolutely abhorred. It's abhorrent. This whole thing is abhorrent. I can't even believe what I just saw. This is the left trying to manipulate our minds and turn all of our people into absolute transgender-ready people who simply want to have their lives turn into a transgender life. I mean, it's pretty obvious that with a man like Donald Trump driving the right, and people like Ocasio and Beto driving the left, the world is desperately in need of a centrist political movement like we have. And so welcome, everybody. I'm not pro-LGBTQ. And I'm not far right like Donald Trump is, and somehow believe that everything in the news is fake. But as far as shootings, he doesn't think those are fake. I think shootings are fake. I think a lot of them are fake just to get gun control imposed. He never said that. Not one single shooting has happened where he said it's fake. I ask all of you QAnoners, what kind of an anti-deep state guy is he, really? When he doesn't even call out these fake shootings like the one that happened recently. But he calls all the other news fake. Oh, it's all a Russian hoax. It's all Russian. It's all fake news. No, the fake news are the shootings that have no proof anyone's dying. Trying to convince people that we have to somehow all bend over, grease up, and get rid of our weapons. Not in that order. A university goes wild and spends federal grant money on strip clubs. A professor goes wild. It gets got professor gone wild scenario. Here we go. Here he is. He just couldn't control the money he was getting. He had to go to the strip clubs and give hundreds out. What a way to go out. This professor is going to talk the talk of Drexel University from now until somebody else probably tries to get away with what he did. Dr. Chipa Nwangpa decided it was a great idea to spend nearly $200,000 in federal grant money at strip clubs and sports bars. Yes, the 56-year-old misappropriated funds that were issued by the Navy and the Department of Energy and the National Science Foundation to go to strip clubs. How do you know he was just going there for the buffet meals? And it wrote him off as a... Sarah gave me that look. Wrote him off as a dinner date. Well, he was just... Apparently they had buffets at a lot of strip clubs now. So, yeah. He could just say it was like a buffet and he was having lunch.
Nope.
No, that's not going to fly. Uh-oh. We got word from Satan. Well, we don't take any chat from Satan here.
Okay.
Sarah's here. She's going to talk about some good stuff, okay?
Yes.
And I'm going to...
Python.
Yeah, she's going into Python. This should be exciting. All right, everyone. Enjoy. Yeah, she's going to teach you coding, or she's going to learn it and learn with you. Learn with Sarah.
No, I went and ordered a drink and they didn't have the salt.
What was that?
I ordered a salted caramel mocha.
They didn't salt it?
But that's okay. I was like, well, I guess that David would say that I shouldn't do salt, so...
How could you tell it just wasn't salty?
No, they told me that they weren't going to add the salted, that they didn't have the salt.
They ran out of salt at a Starbucks?
Whatever salted stuff. They have these salted caramel. Anyway, it isn't the same. I actually like the salt.
The salt makes it tasty. It makes it pop. I had a sample of one of those. They had a Starbucks in our area. They were putting them out, and I had one. I walked by, and then that was like 200 calories in this little cup of whipped cream and sugar water. And all right.
Okay. No, we're gonna stick to Python right now. I might get into C++ later, Daryl, but right now is Python. Okay, I have to go into bookmarks, go into tech. Other bookmarks? Tech. And then online Python editor. Then I've got to open up a new tab and then get my other one up. Variables and types. Well, I should go. You ordered a pizza pan crust. You ended up getting a pizza with stuffed crust because they were out of pan crust, but failed to notify you of that fact and sold it anyway, even though it's not what you ordered. I know. Good point, Miss Anthropy. I don't know. I guess people really vote with their pocketbooks, not with their mouths. Thank you, Froggy. Sarah looks amazing as usual. I appreciate that. All right, variables and types. I got that. I got numbers. I think I got strings. Well, no, I did want to play with some strings too. Oh, and duh, Sarah, you got to let people see what you're talking about. There we go. I did want to play with a little bit with strings. No, not that. Sarah, pull this out. There we go. So this is like creating the variable, right? My string equals. I like that it's done making me do camel case equals, oh, hello. Or I could do, and then print. It doesn't do the parentheses automatically. My string. Can I do something besides my string? Like my June? Anyway, my string equals double quote. I am the greatest. Period. And that, and then print my string. You don't have, I think you have the coding sites. I'm not hacking anyone, I'm just learning how to code. Sarah, everything is now made in China. You were picking up random packaged items to see where they're made. You thought you found one that wasn't made in China, but then you saw it said made in PRC. Oh, public, is that PRC, public something of China? Well, I don't know what even 1337 Hackster means. Is that a newbie? I'm a noob. I know that. Oh, I love that run. X. Hello, I am the greatest. So the good thing about, so let me get this straight. When I want to type my string and I put something like equals, equals, she said, I love you forever, period. Then, oh, I need a, I don't have the spaces right. Then I'm going to print my string and see what happens. Prints my string. Oh, got it. And then I can go back and print this as my string 2, print my string 2. Oh, print. Wait. I'm just gonna run that for now. File main line 5 is wrong. She said invalid syntax. So I can't do like an actual quotation marks. So if I want to do that, I would have to do something like this. Like that? Is that kind of like double quotation marks? I think your ones don't show up for me. Oh, that's pretty funny. Okay, now I see it. On line 5, put... Well, actually, I want this to be my string 3. And then I want to put this, print my string 3. Wait. Plus quotation marks, comma. No. Yeah. No, I don't want a comma. Actually, what I want to put... Oh. No. I want to put... a capital hello. I want to see if this will work. No, I want to see if... Okay, my string plus period, period space plus my string 3. It would help if I actually spelled string correctly. Oh, I can do words like that? Oops. Run this. Hello, she said. I love you forever. All right, I'm going to go up to the array. Words, you said? So I can just do that. Words. Then do like print words 1, 0. Okay. Words equal quote. Bracket America's. Will it let me do that with it? It should. Each one needs to be... Why are there curly braces and not... I thought it was a bracket I was doing, not a curly brace. Comma. Third. Comma. Party. Print words 1, which should be third. Line 8, something went wrong. Print, oh wait. Print I feel like that's right. Yes, okay, I got that. Don't forget the parentheses, Sarah. Okay. What kind of experts do we have in chat? Well, we have some Python coders. Oh, nice. 298 has a child that was certified in Cisco and Adobe while in high school, and the school paid for his tests. And now he's 25 and he just bought his first house. That is pretty amazing, 298. Yeah, congratulations. All right, I got my strings. You even taught me about the arrays. I remember reading different. I read a coding book of a few summers ago. And so I do understand the object-oriented programming. You're very proud of him. I take it he's working in the tech field now. My string, don't worry about apostrophes. Does it have to be my string, or can it be yo? Yo. Yo equals quotation marks. Don't worry, be happy. And then go down here and print parentheses yo, and it should print, right? Let's see. After all the rest of it. Yes, I'm doing good. All right, I get it. I don't have to call it my string. Okay, wait, I just missed you. What you say to try. For word and words, print word. Do I need to change both this? Or just type that? Oh! Under here. I'll add it here. Word in words. Did I need to put parentheses in there? Okay, colon. Print. Print. Words. Okay, I'll just see what happens there. Just play, see what happens. Oh, America's third party. Forward in words. Print words. Will that be the case with any? Print word. Oh, America's third party. So I'm just printing the word. Wait, so it understands plural? Yeah. Try changing the word word. For, okay, I'm going to try changing world in words, print word. I don't think that will, I think that will give a syntax error because it's not world, but for word in worlds, and I change this to worlds because I'm changing the variable, then it should print tracespec. Line 8 in the module, print words 1. Oh, that's why, because I didn't do that correctly. I didn't change it here. Okay, so I can call the variables anything. Got it. Why are we printing? Printing is just a way of outputting. I mean, I suppose you could do something else besides print. You could like beep or something like that, but it's saying output, right? just like making this stuff up. Oh, very good, 298. Yeah, you could do something else with it. Like you could make it do a click, or for world in worlds, world means, wait. Okay, wait. I've got for word in worlds, but I could say for world. That was what I wanted to see. Print world and see if that's the same. It knows plurals. Is that what am I excited? Am I right with that? Like that's what I think my understanding of it. It's still not syntactically like English. It doesn't know plurals. Well, yes, because it says for world and worlds. That's a plural. There's no other plural there. Wait, worlds. But each one of these would be like an entry. Oh, it's not plurals. Never mind. Okay, got it. But why does it... How does it know that that's an entry, though? Like, that's one thing in the array. For each item in this list, print the item in the list. So I could say, could I do that for each item? Print. Can I put a space like that? No, because it has to, so no spaces. I know, I'm just playing around. I get you're explaining what the code means, but I could do for each in worlds print each, but it's arbitrary that it's to me, it's kind of arbitrary that this each is not, it's like just made up. So could I leave it blank? No, you can't leave it blank. Read carefully. I'm learning from everybody I can, Bingalitis. For n in worlds print n. But it seems, that part seems a little arbitrary to me. Whatever it is, it's printing for each item. But like, I can call each item anything I want. Answer the phone. I know you're at home. I want to get you alone. And never mind. Okay, I'm going to move on to something else. No! There are additional variations on defining strings that make it easier to include things such as carriage returns, backslashes, and Unicode characters. These are beyond the scope of this tutorial,
Good. Go for
but
it.
are covered in the Python documentation. I should go to the Python documentation.
This looks good. I found this in the cupboard. I'll set it out.
Oh, that does look good.
You want me to heat up your pizza again for you?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Okay.
Simple operators can be executed on numbers and strings. 1, 2, 3. 1 plus 2, print 3. Okay, let's try that. 1 equals 30. Oh wait, I'm not doing it over there. I wanted it over here. 1 equals 30. 2 equals 75. 3 equals 1 plus 2. Does it matter about spaces? Print 3. Does it matter about... It would be good if I didn't put tree and put actually 3. Let me see this. Does it matter if I... Line 14, I needed to put this on line 15. It needed to be on a new line. And so I arbitrarily assigned it and it added them together. Wait. Spaces just keep it looking organized. Good. So I can, but it just gets rid of spaces. So I could call to a string my love, and then I could print 3 and it should print 30, my love. No. File, wait. No. Plus, what happened there? I could make my own calculator, but it doesn't like to add strings and integers together. So that's what's happening. Hello plus world. Hello world equals hello plus world. But unsupported operand type for 1 integer and string. So you can't do an integer and a string. Maybe I can do, oh, right. Saving it. I didn't want to save. But that turns it into a, got it. I can do that. I understand that, but you can't do an integer and a string. Correct? I just turned it into a string by adding quotation marks. That's what was happening there. So now I turned it into a string and it'll do that.
Hang on just a second. Poor Bob has lost his chatting ability.
You can turn an integer into a string using
Whatever the integer is. So you set the string as a parameter. str.
Oh wait. Like this, I could say 30, 130, right? And you're saying then I can do STR
30.
No, 1. What about that?
Okay. Well, you guys are having a great
that
time.
Has a problem at line 15.
I think they enjoy watching you more than the decoding, but your face is blocked on the screen.
I know. Well, they can watch your face.
Yeah, but they really want to see your face.
1 equals string 1. But that's...
Okay. You have an Ed Sheeran? We like Ed Sheeran. Yeah. Hey, welcome everybody to iVlog. We're absorbing a code, Sarah. Jet plane. Sarah is doing... I'll play some Ed Sheeran later. Sarah is doing a little coding with Python and learning how to do that for Technology Thursday. We do themes during our week, like today's Technology Thursday, tomorrow's Freedom Friday.
Sarah will be learning coding at around 8 o'clock every night for only half an hour, because that's only David allows me half an hour.
Well, I don't want you to spend too much time in here when you've got your Sirius radio in the bedroom with great songs and a bed to relax on with a memory foam mattress. So I think you should just enjoy yourself.
String the number. Oh, we'll convert the number to a string.
Mm-hmm.
Integer the number. We'll convert the string into a number.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. STR turns
Got
a number
it. Thanks,
into
Final Dream.
A string into a number, integer into it. Got it. Dave,
And
check out what...
Yeah, anyway.
Oh my
And you
gosh.
know what you said about him? You said that he's a child, that individual was a child molester, Zinitrell.
These are people making allegations in our room, back and forth. We should just ban them both. That would change things up.
Assuming it is a number, that is.
Yeah, you guys have the potential
Can
to
it be a
banned.
floating number?
And you have evidence of this? Did you send the evidence to the FBI? No, I'm just trying to... It's just back and forth between the two of you. You've hated each other and you're having a chat war, which is diverting our show from politics to your chat war. Anyway.
Okay, that's what I needed to read. Mixing operators between numbers and strings is not supported.
Right.
This will not work.
Okay, good to know.
Okay, got it.
She got another little etch in the major learning curve that she's on. It's amazing. And you guys are learning with her, which is great. Sarah should learn how to make a ticker tape stroll tweet America's third party hashtag. That would be nice. That would be something to work on. So it could play right on the screen, right on an RSS feed. It could scroll our tweets. Why don't you make it for her and show her the code and say, hey, Sarah, check this out. Maybe you could plug it in.
That's a great idea, Zinitrell. You can click their name and at least ignore them.
You can. That's a nice feature on Vaughn, yeah. Vaughn is really a part of our Chat 101, our 12-step program for chataholics. And it's a kind of a place where chataholics can go against each other and then mute each other and ignore each other and still have a normal conversation. I'm not going to be accredited in this effort, but getting a degree in chataholism and reverse chataholism is something that we were thinking of.
Which is why, Misanthropy, I have hesitated on learning code so long. Now you know. Why won't it work? Sometimes it just doesn't.
That is the nature of code. It's so frustrating that most people are like, wow, I just don't want to spend hours doing this.
That's adorable. Asset DJ. I love that love.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I remember that too. I don't think I did the banning though. I know I didn't do the banning.
No, I did the banning during that time period. That was all my fault. I take full credit for it. Okay, well, enjoy.
Okay.
And it should be in the microwave. I put it on,
right,
and I want to apologize that is a low setting. I thought it was a 0 setting. You're right. It does say low on there. You know, so you were right all along.
Well, that's what happens early in the morning.
I never really looked at it. I thought it was a 0 microwave, but it's a low setting. So
I was never mind.
anyway, yeah, I hope it worked. I would stay warm for you. All right, enjoy. Those were the days, my friends, I thought they'd never end. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. So we're looking forward to Halloween. I'm thinking of going as a pumpkin, and there's a pumpkin now with an actual face of Frankenstein. If I could only get one of those, I could put a pumpkin on my head, and I could go as Frankenstein. That would be fun. Isn't it a cool little concept, though? Yeah, this guy puts a mold together and creates a Frankenstein picture, or Frankenstein 3D mold, and it works. Yeah, and I think I look like Frankenstein in some ways because I have all the attributes. A high forehead, strong chin. I am not Chris Hansen. He's a different guy. People say, Dave, are you Chris Hansen? No, I'm not Chris Hansen. He's got a totally different look. Hi there, Vinny. Odin, hello, welcome. Oh, so you're going to put peanut butter around your lips and then go out as a orifice for Halloween? You're going to be an orifice, huh? Yeah, what are you going to be as Halloween? An orifice? As you can see, Boris Karloff, the famous Frankenstein original, looked a lot like me. My face is very similar. Frankenstein didn't say much. He just kind of like went, I will be Frankenstein for Halloween, and everyone will be scared of me. Anyway. Dress up as an Egyptian pharaoh? No, that's a little too gay. Not that there's anything wrong with being gay, because some of you are gay. And I think that's great for you. Just don't hit on me. Yeah, and some of you want to become transgenders for Halloween. I think I was going to go as Megyn Kelly, but then I thought, well, she said everyone should dress up as blackface. And then I thought, well, that kind of loops back to blackface. Yeah, like I said, Megyn Kelly won that lawsuit, $40 million. They fired her at NBC. And then they ended up eating the big one, $40 million, and she'll be set for life, or, well, assuming she doesn't go out and spend money on fruit enzyme spray. That could cost her a lot. Harvesting this took my entire summer. I had to get the water. I had to make it to the Fountain of Youth. You have no idea what I had to go through to get that. Anaconda snakes, alligators, a swamp-like environment, mosquitoes up the yin-yang, just to get to the Fountain of Youth. It was great, too. Very well worth it. Well, Donald wants to create a moat and put alligators and snakes, and that was my idea. And I was saying, put alligators and snakes in the Rio Grande, and we're good. Not the moat idea wasn't my idea, but the alligators and snakes were my idea. Creepy. What is creepy? Biden is the whistleblower. Whoa. Yeah, let's take a look at this picture. This is a little weird. This is a young Biden with a young child. Biden is the whistleblower. Wow. Wouldn't that be something if Biden was the whistleblower? Yeah. It's quite a picture, isn't it? It looks really weird for Biden to be in a position like that. Maybe it was his kid and they were just doing dress up. Wow, that's kind of weird. Thanks for sending me that. I had no idea that Biden was in a creepy mode like that. We know that Biden has done some creepy things, like this Biden purr video, enhanced for your audio pleasure. Hold, please.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank
All right, come on, slide in.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Yeah, that was pretty intense. Telling a 13-year-old girl how horny he was. Yeah, and you could see her head moving back as he was like reaching in and talking to her. That was very strange. Yeah, he knows. He's already come clean and said that he didn't want to get near kids in a way that would make them feel uncomfortable. Yeah, but it's not that big of a deal. Yet he's never been caught doing anything, if that's what you're saying. Are you accusing Joe Biden of being a pedophile? Is that what you're saying? Are you? How dare you?
Stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
How dare you? This young woman has been violated by the world around her. That's something we have to think about. Trump can get both impeached and reelected, according to this study. Here's how.
Concerned that the White House will attempt to stonewall our investigation, much as they have stonewalled other committees in the past. It's why I say the White House needs to understand that any action like that, that forces us to litigate or have to consider litigation, will be considered further evidence of obstruction of justice. And of course, that was an article of impeachment against Nixon, the obstruction of the lawful functions of Congress, that is. We're not fooling around here, though. We don't want this to drag on months and months and months, which appears to be the administration's strategy. So they just need to know that even as they try to undermine our ability to find the facts around the president's effort to coerce a foreign leader to create dirt that he can use against the political opponent, that they will be strengthening the case on obstruction if they behave that way.
Okay, well, good to know. I mean, Adam Schiff is certainly getting his ducks in line. We'll see if he can do it in a timely manner. I thought that the House was going to take a break and take a couple weeks off and stay at a hotel and have a couple of threesomes. I guess they're going to dig in and start doing the impeachment. They're not going to take that 2-week vacation after all. I never wanted to be a newscaster. No. Oh, a newscaster? I was given an opportunity to be a newscaster a long time ago and read the news, and I didn't feel comfortable reading the news. I was a voiceover artist, and I was told to do some voiceover work as a newscaster. I didn't feel comfortable reading the news. I like interpreting the news. I like bringing out stories and talking about it, but. Yeah, I don't want to just throw this away. This is an opportunity to share stories and do it in real time. And the medium that we're in is so versatile that I almost feel like I've been born into the media. That I'm a new newscaster of a variety that has never been seen before.
Welcome. Ditto. I presume we aren't going to talk. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
So this is going to be, has X just proved a psychic connection between Ant and Des? I'll play that tonight. It looks like an interesting link. Some of the things you're putting out are okay from the UK. Thank you. 7 million people have logged into my show tonight. Wow. Thank you, Asset. Well, I would be an awesome reporter, but I can't do any street work. I can't go out in the field without a security team because of what I've been doing for the past 11 years. Yeah, I would love to go to my local neighborhood and talk to bag people, but I put myself at risk doing that. I'd have to roll down the window of my limo and say, "Excuse me, could I do an interview? How are you suffering from having feces in plastic bags, sir?" I'm just glad in a way that people can have that San Francisco experience with the power outage. A lot of those people were probably defecating in plastic bags in their condos and going out to the front saying, "Hey, you know, honey, we don't have the toilet. Let's just put it in a plastic bag. The San Francisco Police will pick it up." And then they have the crap cam and the app, the crap app, that you can actually take a picture and it satellite. It sends the geo markers of that crap to the local police department. So why have a sewer when you could have a crap cam? I don't poop in bags, but if you had to, I could imagine you would have to in the event of a power outage, right? No, I don't have a limo. I was pretending to have a limo. I have bulletproof vans. I prefer them. I'd much rather have a bulletproof van than a limo. I'd be great at asking real hard questions. You know, the thing is, I found out that without a second of media time in the mainstream media, I've become relatively ineffective at asking big questions directly to people. But Donald Trump apparently likes my show so much that he watches it and he pulls ideas off of it. I think he has some people watching our show just to get ideas. Because a lot of my ideas, like pulling out of Syria, which I fought for since 2010, are coming true. And I'm actually very, very pleased about that. I don't really take a hateful view toward Trump stealing my ideas. I almost could say he's borrowing them because I'll have to implement the ideas later, because it's not going to be a cakewalk getting out of Syria. We're in the initial stages of disengagement. We're not out of Syria by any stretch of the imagination, but getting rid of John Bolton from the office National Security Advisor was a smart move. We now have the freedom to do whatever we have to disengage, but ironically it does play into Putin's hand. So Trump does appear like he's doing Putin's bidding in this manner. Using my idea wasn't intended to do that. I didn't know that Trump was owned by Vladimir Putin at the time. I guess Trump stole your idea too, yeah. But were you talking about it online every day for 30,000 hours of broadcasting, reaching millions of people? If I were to come up with a solution for this problem with the Kurds that involved providing a safe haven for the Kurds in your home, in your backyard, would you do that? How many of you would be willing to let the Kurds come to your home and live in your backyard? Press 1. Yeah, so all of you Republicans and Democrats who are so worried about the Kurds. You would, Fat Vinny, you'd want them in your backyard. 4-9 wants them in your backyard. Not mine. Do you see me pressing 1 here? I'm not pressing 1. And for those of you who don't have a backyard, pretend like you do. An imaginary backyard. If you did have a backyard, would you do it and press 1? And we won't count you as much. Actually, press 1A as opposed to 1, so we know that you're not really going to offer that. So we only had 3 people. Oh, wow. No, only 2 people, Fat Vinny and 490, who continues to press that he wants to have a backyard so he could give it to the Kurds. Well, you're feeling a lot of guilt, Kurdish guilt. Yeah, I can understand it's a combination of white guilt and just the feeling of being guilty in general about being American. Well, I don't own much, only enough to really, call myself content. I'm not here to impress people. I mean, just because I live in a palatial estate with swim spas and outdoor ponds with koi, it doesn't mean that I'm trying to impress you. I do it for myself. You steal Wi-Fi from your neighbor? Oh my God. I live in an ascetic life that's also aesthetic. I'm an aesthetic ascetic. And I enjoy just the simplest of pleasures. Watching birds in my backyard bird feeder, seeing the deer lay in my front yard and poop, things like that. But do I want Kurdish people living in my backyard, interrupting my happy moment with the birds and the deer? No, I don't. I sojourn with nature. I do a lot of deep Zen meditation. My idea is to minimize my daily stress so that I can live at least 200 years so I can actually help you. Because at the rate I'm currently reaching the media, it'll take me 200 years to actually get there. Kurds, turds. I'm not that concerned about one civilian death in the recent attack. If we've got more evidence of civilian deaths, please update me. Thank you. I'm always in the nude under my clothes, so I don't really need to worry about going naked. People say, Dave, where do you live? Well, I live in my body, the form that I've been given, this physical presence of a human being. I live inside of me, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. I am inside of me, Mr. Anderson. I am part of the Borg, Mr. Anderson. I am what you think I am. I am many me's, Mr. Anderson. But you are only one. Just one Mr. Anderson.
Can you do an Awesome Carl voice? Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl.
Yes, I can. I can do that voice instantaneously. Any other voices you'd like, feel free. Okay, it's getting a little weird with double Daves. Russia's Novaya Gazeta drops documents that show Ukrainians transferred $3.4 million in criminally obtained money to Hunter Biden's business account. I read this yesterday and the day before. We've many times seen this particular article from Gateway Pundit, Mr. Conservative. We have seen this article may very well be true, but the question is, did Mr. Biden do anything wrong getting his son a good job after having cocaine in the Navy? It's the same old story, man. If you can trace the dirty money to some foreign source, all Hunter would have to say is he didn't know that it was dirty money when they paid him a set fee that he had agreed on. That won't stick in court. Sorry. He didn't know. It was good money, bad money. What does he care? He got a good job from his dad, Joe. Trump's coming, yes. Hillary, I don't know. If the clone is activated, we will see Hillary shortly. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Hillary's on track. Trump is on track also, making comments like, we don't have anything we owe the Kurds because they didn't help us in... Yeah, this is pretty epic Trump here. I'll play it for you. He said that the Kurds didn't help us in World War II, so we really don't owe them anything. This guy's really out there.
It that way. Now, the Kurds are fighting for their land, just so you understand. They're fighting for their land. And as somebody wrote in a very, very powerful article today, they didn't help us in the Second World War. They didn't help us with Normandy, as an example. They mentioned names of different battles. They were there, but they're there to help us with their land.
They're there to help us with their land. He made a good point, really, when you think about it. And how long did it take the Kurds to get their act together to the point where they could defend themselves? You'd think 5 years would be enough, and $1.16 billion from our government to the rebel forces would have given them a stronghold, and they could have easily handled that if we weren't fleeced and our government wasn't used. So I support Trump in stealing my idea completely. Good job. Thank you, Donald, for following my Syria position. I appreciate it. You're helping America, and don't think I didn't notice. Trump, he's just doing what he thinks will keep him on the edge, and it will. It'll win Democrats over when they realize, hey, we are getting out of Syria. And the Democratic Party may even vote for Trump in this one. Yeah, you know it. There are a lot of people that wonder why we're even over there. Thank you. I have an average home. Thank you. I have an average home. I never lied. I have an estate. It's an average home, an estate. I'm not lying. I have a home on nearly an acre of property overlooking the Olympic Mountains. Yes, it is an average modular home. Poor me. So many people are doing that. I mean, there's a big trend toward people living on their own land. Trump must have been watching your show. I finally believe after Trump said he had great and unmatched wisdom. Thank you. Trump has started to use every single word I've ever put together in this show for his own benefit, and I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I almost see Trump as an embattled, I don't know, not victim, an underdog. There you go. Don't you see Trump as an embattled underdog now? Well, let's be clear. If I didn't talk like Barack Obama, I think that Trump would be calling me right now and asking me, David, do you know that Michelle is a transgender? He is. I wish Michelle would just admit she's a transgender. That would be so great. It would be good for you Democrats to realize you were lied to for 8 years by the Obamas. I don't want to have to show you the transgender picture here. I can avoid that tonight. We've seen the picture of the dangling body part. It's disgusting. It makes me want to puke. And I'm not here to be biased in any way. And so I've brought up a character that I'm using, which is Snoop Doggy Dogg doing whiteface. So if I have to say anything with a black voice, I'm going to do it pretending to be a white man. Well, let's see. Well, could I get you some Wonder Bread? Sorry. I was doing a little Richard Pryor, too. Has X just proved psychic connection? We've checked this before. I believe I... Hello. Hello. I did add that to the lineup. So please stop posting it, unless you're working for the company. In which case... Thank you. In which case, I would urge you to contact the BBC. They would love to know more about your problem. Yeah, I mean, are you getting paid by the BBC to come in here and post these ads? Seriously, I want to know that. This UK guy has been doing this for, 2 years now. Are they paying you to be in here? Are you part of the Brexit plan? You've heard recordings of Trump talking in his sleep, and it's verbatim playback of this show. I would not doubt that. Thank you so much. David, any videos of Turkey invading Syria? It may have happened, but we don't have any videos of the death and casualties that are going on. The Democrats in their libtard media say that there's an ethnic cleansing going on right now. I'm like, one casualty is not ethnic cleansing. Seriously. Yes, Trump has no political experience, but he doesn't have an IQ of 185. That's the difference. He's a very stable genius, but he doesn't have an IQ of 185. Therein lies the problem. Now, my mind has been tested to have a very high intelligence. This is not me, by the way. This is an English actor that looks like me. He's appeared in quite a few dramas. I wonder who he is, actually. He seems like an agent, provocateur. Hello, David. Hello, Mitchell. Thanks for coming into the show. Thanks, Mitchell, for being there. He's one of the few viewers we have over at Periscope. Could it be Satan. Yeah, he looked like me with a stretched head. Good point. Well, here's the big thing we learned last week, that the Nazis used the same technique of this woman that scared us into the worrying about all this climate change crap. Ironically, this technique does arouse a lot of interest. It's been proven to actually change the dimension of the political landscape. But the problem is we're more on top of it than we people were back in Germany's time. And the Nazis were more capable of getting this across. Now we're just laughing at this woman who obviously suffered from mental illness. So it kind of backfired on him. And plus, she didn't mention chemtrails one bit. Now, I'm not afraid to talk about chemtrails, and I do in every show. This is something that's been going on, part of a technology that was developed by Nikola Tesla in the 1890s, in which he used harmonic resonance of radio frequencies to manipulate heavy metals and ultimately create hurricanes or clouds.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Living large, man, living large.
Hey, Dave, how are you? How's the lovely Sarah?
So this is an ongoing phenomenon that's happening right as we speak. We're all breathing these chemicals, and there have been no long-term studies done on your lungs. When they go in and do autopsies of people that die of emphysema, for instance, they find fibers that are silicon in nature, nanofibers. So we're all breathing nanofibers. Isn't that nice? Thank you. Thanks for the nanofibers. Thanks for the nanofibers. Those little things that cause tumors and cancer. Transmutation, a character study, Wesley Wyndham. Really? The transformation of one person into another character. Is this like a new movie, dude? Should I watch that? Wesley Wyndham Prince, yes. I remind you of him, really. Interesting. Well, I'm glad that I remind you of someone. Let's listen to, the infamous Mark Zuckerberg. He made He made a comment that kind of shocked me last week. He was confronted with that Bernie Sanders thing, before Bernie had his heart procedure. Bernie said that, billionaires shouldn't be allowed to exist. Mark Zuckerberg said on some level, no one deserves to have that much money. So he doesn't think he should have that much money. It's kind of funny. Yet he's so smug when he talks about, media and power, and it seems like he really does think he should have that kind of money. Here's his response to Libra's rocky rollout.
The public things, I think, tend to be a little more dramatic, but a bigger part of it is private engagement with regulators around the world, and those, I think, often are more substantive and less dramatic, and those meetings aren't being played for the camera, but that's where a lot of the discussions and details get hashed out on things.
On protecting contract content moderators.
Some of the reports, I think, are a little over dramatic from digging into them and understanding what's going on. It's not that most people are just kind of looking at just terrible things all day long, but there are really bad things that people have to deal with, and making sure that people get the right counseling and space and ability to take breaks and get the mental health support that they need is a really important.
Okay. On competing with TikTok.
We have a product called Lasso that's a standalone app that we're working on trying to get product market fit in countries like Mexico is I think one of the first initial ones. So we're trying to first see if we can get it to work in countries where TikTok is not already big, or we go and compete with TikTok in countries where they are big.
TikTok. Time's running out. If I wasn't, I don't believe a thing he said. I think everything he says is just BS. Thank you. You like my green screen? You like my green screen? You can't have it. It's my green screen, okay? But, I think in the end, we're dealing with a guy who's just duplicitous and two-faced about everything he says and does. Hey, impeach Trump. Right on, man. Yeah, the Democrats are finally following my advice. It's great. We elected them in 2018 to impeach him, so now 51% of the country wants to impeach him. It's finally looking like the 2020 election will be a new Republican other than Trump. It's hard to believe that he'd fight the impeachment and then run for re-election when 51% of the country doesn't support him. I know. Well, the Democrats have to impeach him. Now it's up to the Senate if they want to lose their seats in the future, if they can stand by Trump, or if they basically say, no, we don't stand by Trump, then they impeach him completely, and then they put Pence in place. But if Pence has dirt on him regarding some of the Russian involvement, that could affect his ability to run. We may have Nancy Pelosi as our president toward the end of 2020. It's possible. Especially if impeachment is dual, both President Trump and Vice President Pence. It's possible. Not likely, but it's possible. Pence never came clean on his emails. That's a serious mark against him. What is he hiding when he was governor of Indiana? How come he didn't post his AOL emails? That was a serious offense that should never be overlooked. Pelosi would not be a good choice for our country's leadership at this point. She's too indecisive and doesn't exude confidence. How she became the leader of the Democratic Party, that would explain the Democratic Party, wouldn't it? She's the poster child or woman, because she's no longer a child, poster woman of a party that has become relatively lost. They openly support our cigarette use now, forcing people to go back to cigarettes as opposed to non-flavored vaporizers. Getting rid of vaporizers, fruity vaporizers, and other vaporizers now forces people back into cigarette smoking. So the Democrats now support cigarette smoking. That's really what they're saying. They want your taxes. They don't care about your health. They want your taxes. That says a lot about the Democratic Party and their spending habits of the past. And how they continue to waste money left and right. But then they're also the party that wants to keep us in war, that wants to keep us in Syria. They're raising all this discussion about how we're just abandoning the poor Kurds and blah, blah, blah. They're interested in keeping us in a quagmire like Vietnam. So now the Democrats are the pro-war party. And Trump is painting himself as the peace party. Isn't this interesting? Things are switching. And I actually think by Trump following my lead on the Syrian issue has really pushed us to the point where we are now seeing a new Republican Party emerge. And if the Republicans stand by Trump and they pull out of Syria and they pull out of Afghanistan, they'll win votes. There are a lot of people that are tired of this endless policing of the world, like I've been saying, and Trump is now using the same rhetoric I use. But anyway, whatever happens, happens. We'll go wherever we're led as a nation. We've got so many people in our country that are unhappy with the expenditures that our nation has put out for foreign aid. That Trump is his attitude toward foreign aid is more in line with a lot of Americans. We're wondering why we're putting $5.7 billion into Afghanistan, or $3.7 billion in Iraq. A lot of this money, $55 billion, is put out every year by our country that, is beginning to, people are questioning it. I think Trump is getting support among people who are questioning that money. I don't think the Chinese are spying on his gaming skills. I seriously doubt that. Yes, I've been saying we should not police the world for over 100 years too, 980. Except I've been here for over 100 years. My chromosomes have, though. And may I speak for my chromosomes, which predate 100 years? My chromosomes have been saying it for over 1,000 years. If that's okay with you, you don't mind if I take credit for my chromosomes? Thank you. My chromosomes fought in World War II and won. That's right. Here's a guy you got to wonder how the Democrats put that. Oh, you too, huh? Really? Well, my chromosomes are better than your chromosomes. Here's a guy who really should be punished by the Democratic Party. But instead, they act like he's a legitimate running person. He should have been removed from the running in the Democratic Party. It shows you how corrupt the Democrats have become. They put a guy who has a criminal record, driving while intoxicated, burglary, and a hit-and-run driving incident, along with writing stories about wanting to murder children. This former hacker, Beto O'Rourke, is one of their running candidates, nominees. And then, not to mention, Elizabeth Warren and her lie about being Cherokee Indian. That's just a sad reality that this woman needs to be prosecuted too. She literally had lied to get her money, her affirmative action money. She perjured herself. That's a 5-year jail sentence. She committed fraud, defrauded the American people, and then recently was caught in another lie claiming that she was pregnant and lost her job as a teaching in a teaching situation because she was pregnant, and that does not jive with the truth. So she's been running a campaign of lies. She should be expurged as well. A report said that Warren has 1/64th or less Native American in her. The smaller than even the average Indonesian or Indo-European who has more than that in their bloodstream. I have more than that. My relatives were Algonquin, but I didn't use affirmative action to. I did not use affirmative action to get money. I didn't go to college, extended college, because I couldn't afford to. I was a victim of affirmative action. Why would you vote for Beto? That's crazy. The guy has no. I would sooner vote for Biden than Beto. Biden has not committed crimes or felonies like Beto. You're quarter native, really? With the internet these days, you can't say you didn't know about the person you voted for. Not really. Many Democrats don't know anything about Beto. They're in their own little insulated party. They never talk about it. I doubt anyone even talks about that in the Democratic Party, that Beto was arrested for a DUI and burglary, as well as countless other acts. Yeah, it just amazes me. This isn't the kind of information that's not really talked about. So, it's hard to wake up people to the reality of what's happening. But if there is a new beginning to the Democratic Party, it'll only come when they disengage from what appears to be a control mechanism by Hillary. She has power over this party, over that party. Not this party, that party. I'm not a Democrat anymore. The very fact that she wields so much power shows that how little accountable any of these people are in the Democratic Party. They just don't seem to care. But whatever, everyone can put whoever they want forward. I'm dealing with bigger issues, like stopping chemtrails, which the Democrats won't even discuss. I also am concerned about GMOs and the presence of genetically modified chemicals, substances in our body. I'm formally against GMOs. I also support a moderate use of non-mandatory use of vaccines. So I don't ever want vaccines to be forced upon people, whereas the Democrats, they're more than likely going to use herd mentality and force vaccines on all of us, the herd inoculation plan. So these are some of the things that I stand behind. And I don't think we have any positions from the Republicans or the Democrats on these issues. Trump got JFK Jr. involved, but no one's really heard from Trump on the issue.
Hey, what's up, Big Dave?
Sure, I would work with anybody at this point to help the country. Whether Donald or Biden or whoever wants to lead in any one particular party wants to ask my help, I'll give my help. And it will not be a partisan issue. I will abandon partisan bickering. I'll work with both sides of the aisle, whatever I have to do to make this work. It's not about flip-flopping, it's about finding common ground. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody in the presidency who can do that right now. And I think we need a person who's more of an arbiter. Even a third-party arbiter would be good. The kind of thing you'd have in a divorce case, you know, in case you and your wife wouldn't agree. Well, that's kind of how the Democrats, Republicans are. Or the Republicans and Democrats, because I know Republicans don't want to be wives, right? I don't want to demoralize you. No, more vaccines actually weaken a population. There's proof that vaccines themselves spread the disease. You like flip-flops? Yeah, those are especially good in the ocean area when you get out of the beach and you don't want your sandy feet to get your shoes on, you use your flip-flops.
What's up, Big Dave, and what's on the agenda? That's right. Big Dave's here, and he's ready for his agenda.
I'm working on Agenda 2090, 2088, when I plan on running in my 120th year. Yes. Many of you are still learning to become aware and have not reached the actualization stage where your awareness leads on into actualizing activities, doing things that make a big difference, like donating to America's Third Party, like getting me on the ballot. So it will take about 60 more years of a constant daily indoctrination into the concepts that were presented in the Constitution of the United States, our free right to assemble. It takes another 60 years and 3 more generations for you to understand what I'm talking about. You have a third eye, really? You made a lot of money in crypto, and you've been eating a lot too. And how long do you think you'll live eating with your crypto money? You know, if you're over 400 pounds, your lifespan won't be past 35. I'm just telling you. So why are you doing this to yourself? Do you know why? Have you given it some thought? Well, I know it's not good, and I think about you quite a bit. Yeah, I've been thinking about your predicament. You're not the only one. We've got a lot of people in our room who happen to love pizza. I know. You've gotten to the point where you can't even get up because you're so heavy. You're trapped. It's a very sad place for you. I'm very sad for you. But the first step you can make is to cut down on what you eat. That's your only way out at this point. Trim your diet to 2,500 calories a day. Take it down from 10,000 down to 2,500. Then you'll start to feel better. Then your respiratory system will start lightening up a little bit. Then you'll be more likely to move. Tonight and last night you had too many burgers. And then you fall off the wagon. Yeah, this is common. Eating disorders are that way. You know, you're right, Akira. Coffee is the key. Yeah, because people that drink coffee tend to have a little bit faster metabolism. It's true. So we're hoping that you'll be able to come up with some solutions other than ordering at McDonald's every night because they deliver. He pays, $10 a week to get free deliveries? Or is it 10 a month they give you free deliveries? I think it's like $12 a month they'll give free deliveries at his house. So he's enabling his addiction to McDonald's burgers. Yeah, $10 a month. And he'll frequently order like 8 double cheeseburgers. What was it tonight? Let me guess. 6 quarter pounders? And you're not doing the salad thing like I told you, right? See, if you do the salad thing, that'll help mix up your diet and help your intestinal flow better. You have been doing the salads? Very good. Okay, good. If you juxtapose your salads, you got 2 singles tonight? Okay, look at you made progress. There you go. Thank you. Good job. See? Didn't that make you feel a little bit better? All right. It's going to be baby steps. So take it easy. But if you put the limit on none of those big ordering binges where you just get 8 burgers, 8 doubles or triples and bacon avocado cheeseburgers. That's, yeah, but the fact that if you have 1 burger and then a salad, and then wait a while before your next fix, and actually space it out and see if you can go like an hour and a half before your next Big Mac, even if it's sitting next to you. Yeah, just start to use the time segment because you know you want it, but treat yourself by extending the time. And the longer you spend away from the food, the more likely you'll not eat it. And the better your digestion is, too. Yeah, well, we all like to hear about your huge burger orders, but I like hearing what I'm hearing now is that he's trying to do 2 singles tonight, and he's had salads. So that's really good. Anyways, I have a lot of people in this show who have weight problems. We know that. And we also know that you're viewers because you like having a social life and watching somebody talk incessantly. So, hey, it's a good match. I myself have been battling with weight gain all my life. And to this day, still really have to control my urges. And when I was a kid, I had a real strong desire to not eat. And I went on these big diets. I mean, crazy, weird diets. Like under 500 calories a day for like 2 weeks. That's hard to do. And I'd peel off like 10 pounds, 15 pounds. And as a kid, that's not healthy. So I know the downside of dieting and then the binging that comes back afterwards. So I understand where you're coming from. That's why you have to be very solid about the way you're changing your lifestyle. That means a little bit more air, a little bit more exercise. Because remember, you're replacing what you're putting in your mouth with a little bit more exercise and oxygen. That's the key. And this is true with almost any addiction. If you're offsetting your addiction with something else, it has to be exercise and it has to be oxygen. That's the way to get your body to activate and slowly get better. You pay for a gym, but you don't go, right? Because you don't even want to get out of bed. And you don't want to be seen at the gym. Because there's that embarrassment factor. Right. Well, if you have all that money, and if you really do have the kind of money you say you do, I would invest in getting a used swim spa in your backyard. If you have a backyard. Or a little area, even a condo might have an area you could put a swim spa in. But if you could do that, you'd be better off because you've got to enjoy what you do. And being it's buoyant and you can get your whole body in there and you can actually, your swim spa will be your washing for the day. You won't even have to take a shower. And have a really good swim spa with a basic bromium. You can swim in a swim spa. Yeah, I have one. It's 6 foot by 10 foot. And it's just big enough for me. And I can do a full stroke. I can do backstroke, side stroke. I can do breaststroke if I want to hold on to the stainless steel bar. You know, I can put my hands in as a touch pad. So I can do a lot of that all in my one spot. And it's all contained in one single 500-gallon tank or 600-gallon tank. Keep the temperature at a comfortable 90 degrees, nothing more. And you'll have a place that you can go wash off every day and get some exercise. And there's, well, I'll show you one right now. Yeah, they make them for up to $50,000, bigger ones than that. Let me show you the ones that they sell right now for $50,000. This is perhaps the easiest one you could put up. I've seen people do this. Yeah, Amazon sells these portable ones that you can put up in your backyard. That's probably your cheapest 16 foot by 8 foot, 42 inches deep. That would be the cheapest solution you could get for that purpose. And this particular unit sells doesn't have a price. Okay, well, that's nice to not have a price. It must be free. But those are the most affordable one. They make portable spas that are very affordable, small ones like these. They're like fiberglass. Or this is actually plastic. This is not bad. This is something you can get your whole body in and turn the jets on and move your body around and like do leg lifts and things. And this is $2,400. I know, they're not that great. Yeah, I have a couple air mattresses, but this is $2,400. This is no more than 92 by 42, but it's big enough for a body to stretch out. And that's the important thing, is you need your whole body, your abdomen to stretch out. So you can do some twists and things like that. But the important thing is to do something you enjoy and that makes you feel active. So if you got in your swim spa for an hour and a half a day, as opposed to just taking a shower, which probably takes you half an hour anyway, you'd get some exercise in the process and you'll feel better. It'll be good cardio too, because you're having the problem just getting out of bed. And that water actually helps all your muscles, you know, it takes the weight weight bearing off your muscles, so you can focus on just enjoying the exercise plan. If you don't have something you enjoy exercise-wise, you won't have a change of lifestyle. And that's the only way you're going to get out of this overweight situation. Walking is great. If you're not too overweight, walking is great too. Yeah, they have been around. A lot of these pools, I have a swim spa that was made in the 1990s. And it's a lot bigger, but this, for $2,424, something like this could go in the backyard of any house. Even an apartment might even, you can fit it inside your apartment practically. Of course, water is going to spill out, so you have to worry about having a drain to go under it, but that's $2,500 roughly. That's very doable. So if you're kind of feeling trapped, you don't have to be. There's no reason to feel trapped and forced to, you know, get no exercise. There's got to be some way in which you can enjoy yourself. And that's the key, enjoying your exercise. If you don't enjoy your exercise, it's not going to be fun. You won't do it either. So Meta-Nemesis created these things for us. Isn't that cute? Yeah, he's not in the room right now, but I thought that was pretty cute of him to make. Yeah, I heard ham radio in California, Governor Newsom is saying it's no longer a benefit. They're demanding ham radio repeater infrastructure to be removed. You know what I think that is, Derry King? I think they're actually trying to stop people from getting communications in times of disasters. I think California looks like a testing area for directed energy weapons. So whenever they burn people down, they don't want a ham radio operator going, "Oh my gosh, we're burning up. Oh, yeah, help us out." Yeah, I really think there's something very suspicious going on in California. These winds look like they're artificially created too.
From the governor of the state of California, Gavin Newsom, to ham radio operators across the People's Republic of California, you're fired. Yep. The state of California, well, it never was ham friendly, but they have now just fired ham radio from the emergency plan from the state of California.
And that's crazy. Ham radio is the most effective way of communicating in a disaster. And it can be heard all around the world. I mean, how absurd for Newsom to do that. Yeah, it's strange they want to get rid of the most reliable form of communication. Somewhere, someone is planning something. Yeah. They're getting ready for the FEMA takedown of everybody who's homeless. Yeah, it's my suspicion that they want to get rid of everybody off of every single street in every city that is currently got homeless people. And they don't care. They don't care.
How dare you? This is all wrong.
It is. It's all wrong. And I'm tired of what's happening too. I have an affinity toward what she's saying. It's all wrong. All of it. It's wrong, I tell you. It's 14 degrees in Montana right now. Jeez, you guys are chilling down pretty fast. Wow. I guess the winter is upon us, huh? I'm amazed. I heard BP Earthwatch was saying that the blasts were coming in real soon. That the freezing up around the passes real soon. So if you're planning trips over the weekend, you may not want to go in the high passes in Montana. Could be a snowstorm. You never know. You almost bought a Bofang radio. Wow.
A statement and new documents released by a Ukrainian politician directly implicate Joe Biden in the Burisma Holdings scandal. The story from Interfax reads, Burisma paid Joe Biden $900,000 for lobbying. For those that haven't been following the story, when it comes to impeachment, the Democrats want Trump impeached mostly because of a conversation where he talked with the president of Ukraine and mentioned Joe Biden getting a prosecutor fired. Now, the right will say that Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, who was on the board of Ukraine, was facing an investigation from a Ukrainian prosecutor. Joe Biden leveraged American aid to force the Ukrainian government to fire that prosecutor, and that's corrupt. However, on the left, they argue Joe Biden had no conflict of interest, his son had nothing to do with him, and they found no evidence of wrongdoing. I can't tell you what to believe, but these are just the accusations. According to this story from Interfax now, and the documents released by this politician, Joe Biden may not have been trying to get this prosecutor fired because of a fear for his son, but for himself. In fact, according to a sworn affidavit from the prosecutor who was fired, he said he was going to be investigating Burisma Holdings. If Joe Biden received money from this company, it may not have been about his son, but him personally. Now, here's the sad reality.
We did see that that Biden did get money from Burisma, and that was made evident today. So he's been getting donations from a foreign company through super PACs, but so many other politicians have been doing that too. But to draw a connection between Biden firing the prosecutor because he's about to investigate Burisma, he wasn't investigating Burisma or Hunter. So technically, Trump really went off on a tangent there when he first went after him. But if this holds true, and it really is related to Burisma Holdings and Trump's, or rather Biden's relationship with them, it could be a quid pro quo thing that Biden did. So if that's the case, we'd be looking at a felony there. Trump would be exposing that and corruption in the Democratic Party. But if Trump can't get the goods on Biden, meanwhile, the inauguration, the creeping crud of the impeachment is moving forward. Whether they like it or not, it's still like the slow growth of something, because they really are moving forward with the impeachment hearing. It's not talk now. Thankfully, Pelosi is doing the right thing. We heard about it earlier. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, we talked about Trump lashing out over Fox News reporting that a majority, 51%, wants his impeachment. He's very upset. Donald is very upset. Okay. Let me see if I can pull it up. Gateway Pundit? No, that's not it. Okay, this link right here might take you there. Apparently this is the link. The guy that I was playing is the link. So I'll give it to you, you can watch it. Apparently he has the dirt. The specifics are there. Yeah, that is the link, so we'll have to go with that. All right. So thankfully Ghost got the 8-ball rolling, which is cool. 8ball's been giving us background information in chat, and it's a utility that is really kind of cool. This person we have his name is Final in our show. Thank you, Final. But I assume you may know something about this, but they're giving information out. The 8-ball tells us more about every story it's like an AI assist. It draws, every link gives us more information. It's cool. I like it. I'm glad you did that. It really adds to the kind of the texture and granularity of the chat room that we have. Yeah, everyone wants to sink in a little bit more and find out more details, and it gives us that when links are posted, which is really a cool add-on. I think it is. And that's the kind of technology we could hope for in the future. Hey, somebody came up with a way to spray large areas of land with a certain derivative of lignin, which is found in wood, and it prevents forest fires. Isn't this cool? Every year, about 10 million acres in the U.S. is scorched, and the country spends about $2 billion trying to fight them. But this could be prevented. Fighting fires is still mostly a reactive effort, but if we could prevent the fires from igniting, that's even better. They've created a gel-like fluid that can make it much harder for fires to start or spread. Part of battling a raging wildfire involves prophylactically treating nearby areas that are risk for engulfed with flames. Most of it contains toxic chemicals, flame retardants, but this does not. This cellulose-based gel can be applied to vegetation, including trees and grasses, and they say will remain adhered to those ignited-prone areas throughout the peak fire season. So here we could spray areas that... What the hell is this? Comic-Con. Yeah. This is a background Comic-Con. But we could spray vast areas of California property that could be prone to fires and prevent the fires from starting. Wow. So Comic-Con is in full force. You got people going out of their way to be the coolest thing at Comic-Con. It's too perverted now, really? I have never been to Comic-Con. I wouldn't want to get hooked up in a hotel room with a bunch of weirdos, you know, wanting to be do cosplay and fetish fantasy sex. I'd say get the hell out of here. No, I'm not interested in hanging out with you weirdos. Are they really? You know this for sure? You're questioning it. Anyway, it's nice to see people having fun. And the whole family can be comic characters too. There you go. Activate your wings. All right. You know, it's not enough that people, you know, have to grow up. If only they could just remain young. Well, you can. Engage in fantasy cosplay. Welcome to Fantasy Cosplay. Yeah, I just disappeared. Well, I've been on the screen too long, so I thought I'd just, you know, take off for a while. It would be easy to walk in there with real weapons that appear to be part of the character. It could be dangerous these days. Yeah, I don't think I would go to any high-profile event like a convention, especially with what happened in Mandalay Bay. But I guess all those people, those crisis actors, got a lot of money. There's a huge settlement that's flowing, abounding. There's going to be like 10,000 people who are going to apply for money from Mandalay Bay and the terrible shooting. Yeah. Well, America needs somebody who's an average American to fix the country, born of the people, by the people. That seems to be the only way out of this situation with all these extremely wealthy, controlled, and leveraged people. It seems that they all have leverage against them. Yesterday, we raised the specter that Jimmy Carter had elder abuse against him. Some people think that his 14 stitches on his black eye are a little bit suspicious, you know. Well, it seems like older people have been getting beat up quite a bit, and Bernie Sanders had a black eye last year.
Former President Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalind are still building homes for Habitat for Humanity, an annual tradition they started more than 30 years ago.
We've built almost 5,000 houses now. It's been one of the most gratifying and challenging and difficult things we've ever done, you know, physically speaking, because we've gotten steadily older. I was a lot younger when I first started.
He was 56 and fresh out of the White House when he first took up the hammer as a volunteer home builder.
We hope it'll go like this all over the world. We're now building one home each day.
He really is amazing. You know, I voted for Jimmy Carter, and he and Rosalind. I definitely think it'd be wonderful if we could build a house every day. But what happened to him recently is tragic. Was he beaten up by thugs, mobsters that were upset that he didn't support Trump's election? That's my concern. It looks to me like his eye was so badly injured. It doesn't look like a fall to me. It looks like somebody hit him. And I would worry that our great president has been assaulted. I want to know more. Harry Reid was seriously hurt. Bernie Sanders, they all seem to get a black eye or something. I'm wondering, did somebody beat him up and say, "You better not talk this way about our president," you know, yeah, kind of thing. I don't know. I think he's still out the same heart he was born with. He was a farmer. He was a Plains, Georgia farmer. I mean, he had a good diet, man. That's the heart. Yeah, the heartland of America. Yeah, the Illuminati knows how to straighten them out. You know, no, Jimmy's not going to be saying those things anymore, if you know what I'm talking about, you know. Not really. I think 95 is just the beginning. I think Jimmy could live to be 150 at least. He just beat liver cancer last year. Peanuts can be super healthy, but eating average peanuts really isn't that good for you. Bob Barker's 95. And he's still looking after the rights of innocent little animals. Yeah, he's still out there. And he doesn't look a day over 96. It's Bob Barker. The Price is Right. Yeah, I always liked Bob Barker. I like you too, Dave. We should meet up. Nah, I'm not into you. Sorry, Bob. You probably smell like old linen. Or worse. Your grandfather's 99 years old and still kicking? Excellent. He's 95. Bob Barker is. And your grandfather works at 99. He helps your uncle with his business. Wow. That's impressive. Man, I've never heard of such a thing. I come from a long line of old people, actually. My great-grandfather, or actually my grandfather, my great-grandfather, on my mother's side, lived to be 99, one shy of 100. My great-grandfather. And he worked all the way up until his late 90s at the post office, volunteering his time as a volunteer post office guy. He went to work every day. It was amazing. Then, of course, there's Uncle Fred Hale Sr., who is the oldest living person in the North American continent. My uncle, he's a few removed from me, but he is my relative. Fred Hale Sr. was 114 years old when he finally passed on. Yeah. And one of his secrets was, the science of gerontology is always studying this. One of his secrets was he drank a shot of scotch once a day, or Irish whiskey once a day, and he had a spoonful of bee pollen once a day. I don't think he did the bee pollen the same time he did the shot. And he said one of the keys was to stay on a regular schedule and don't deviate. Maintain a schedule of regular activities so that you never change up, and life is more predictable then. So I'm following in his footsteps. Yeah, every day I go through the same routine. Every single day. Routine is very important to maintaining kind of a low-stress lifestyle. That's the key to a long life. Hey, big fan. Hey, 479. What's going on, man? We've all got something in common. We really are kind of tired of this BS. That's why 51% of the country wants impeachment now. We want to get accountability from our government officials. If Biden was dirty, we want to know about that. If Trump was dirty, we want to know about that. The American people are beginning to get frustrated with their government being so corrupt. So I think there's a general trend right now to try to find a common ground. That's why we do the show, because I'm a centrist in the middle of the political spectrum. Kirk Douglas is 103. Kirk looks pretty good. Yeah, I thought that Kirk Douglas made a big comeback after you have reached the end of your show. Well, he's looking pretty good for a guy who's had a major stroke and rebuilt his entire way of speaking. There he is, Kirk Douglas, the legendary actor and the gladiator, Spartacus. Dave, you're doing a great job, and I thought that you're doing the kind of work that I would have done if I were you, a youngster like you, Dave. But Kirk, you hang in there, buddy. You might make it to be 150 after all. All right, this has been great. Positive, 95% positive match. Going for that Spartacus moment. Great show, yeah. It's always great interacting with all of you. And as you know, I enjoy doing the show, so it's not a big deal. They're limiting the use of Stingray, something the government's been using to gather information on people. Stingray is exactly why the Fourth Amendment was written. At least 68 agencies in 23 different states use these Stingrays, and they have all these overriding factors taking away our freedom and privacy and all that. They have the power to collect your location along with the number of your incoming and outgoing calls and intercept the content of calls and text communications, and they can do all of this without you ever knowing about it. They use a shoebox-sized device called a Stingray, and it mimics cell phone towers, so it picks up your signal and acts like a cell phone tower, and you don't even know you're being listened to. Quietly, they're using it throughout local and federal law enforcement with little or no oversight. And it's a gross violation of what appears to be the Electronic Frontier Foundation's concerns. It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. It states that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall be issued but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. So it's a gross violation of the Fourth Amendment for the police to be using this on a daily basis. So accountability will be something that will be built into questions of every single police department that's ever called into court over this. Spartheim. All right. Right on, man. And Dick Van Dyke is 93. And by the way, Dick Van Dyke, for some of you alcoholics, he was an alcoholic, and he kicked it. He kicked it. Yep, he's doing pretty good. Yeah, I think he's doing very well for his age. Yeah, so if you can kick booze even at a young age or an older age, you're better off. And this is something Dick Van Dyke is well known for. He basically took on the demon of alcohol and he beat it. So good for him. Hang in there, Dick. Yeah, we are all rooting for you, man. Thanks, Dave. Well, I want to say that if you could catch my episode Mary Tyler Moore I was on, where I played a politician, you ought to see that, Dave. Okay, I will. Thanks, Dick. All right, we'll see you again. We'll be back with another show tomorrow night. I'll be in the show till 1 a.m. tonight. We've got fantastic coverage. Yes. Breaking news. President Trump's former top assistant working on European and Russian issues will reportedly testify to Congress that Trump's top lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and his associates set up a shadow foreign policy for the Trump administration related to Ukraine and circumvented the National Security Council. Well, thanks, Akira. That's perhaps one step closer to impeachment, isn't it? Sounds good. You need me all night? Well, just go to my America's Third Party site. Watch my YouTube video from last night if you get tired of this one. And then you can also see all of our YouTube shows if you go to the link at the top left of Cool Rock. We've got a link to the YouTube channel, and you can just hook that up, and it's endless David talking. So don't think for a second, I'm not fun. I've been fun for 11 years. People go to this link right here, click on it, and go right to my channel, and you can watch 30,000 hours of broadcasting at our Cool Rock show. CoolRock.com. Yes. I'll play my outro song for my outro tonight for Cool Rock. Okay, we'll be bringing you more videos tonight that were lined up, and we got a lot of stuff playing in the queue, and we'll do that. And we'll see you guys again tomorrow at 5 o'clock for a Freedom Friday show. Take care.
Where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at whorock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news.